Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Lovely to be back with you, and Merry Christmas, everybody. It's only about 24 degrees outside today, isn't it? And here we are, celebrating Christmas. I tell you what, it's going to be a jam-packed day today. I've got a guest every single hour today, and we've got so much demonstration, jam-packed show. So please, please, please get ahead on pre-order where you can. Of course, get all your questions and messages in, because it's going to be a really, really great day. Even this first hour, I've got lovely Alison Reid waiting in the ring. So we're going to start with today's early bird special. I promise you... Oh, I thought that was Christmas music then, Bruce. No, just nice... tweet. Okay, are you ready? This is where you need to open your order, because it's an essential as today's early bird. Actually, this is going to be brilliant if you are doing any of Alison's Christmas kits today, which we'll introduce in just a moment. Definitely get yourself your toy stuffing. It's definitely worth stocking up whilst you can at £5.99, your super soft toy stuffing, going even lower than £5.99. This is your chance now just to open your order, and then remember, your P&P is paid for the whole day. Joe Carter's on Saturday, so if you do soft toy making, if you need to stock up on your super soft toy filling, now's your chance with the discount of just £4.99, and that's for 200 grams. Perfect if you are thinking of, you know, your Christmas makes for this first hour. Also, this one, if you are thinking, you know, more eco-friendly filling, this is compostable. So anything, well, it does eventually break down over time if you put it in composter. Not that it will go in your composter, because it's going to go in your makes. But it's just nice to know that it is eco-friendly. £4.99. Hannah, you need to turn your talk back on, I think. I don't know if it's my... Oh, there it is. Thank you. They actually manufacture this in Yorkshire. I was just chatting to Stuart Hillard. He's one of my guests today. He was in York this weekend. It's a lovely part of the world, isn't it, Yorkshire? £4.99. Loads of you checking out. Trust me, when you see the roster for today, when you see the lineup for today, you definitely want to make the most of opening your order early. Get on pre-order. It's a busy, busy, busy day. In fact, everybody's been multi-buying on this one. I'm not surprised. Sustainable option, still affordable as well. Obviously, we're all wanting to be, you know, more conscious, making those conscious choices when thinking about the environment and being more eco-friendly, but still to be able to get it at a great cost, you know, a low price. Normally, if you are looking at a more eco-friendly version, it could be double, triple the price. That makes you sort of maybe hesitant, slightly hesitant, whereas this is absolutely brilliant on price today as an early bird. So a polyester filling, just to give you a little bit of insight into it, it can take up to 10 years when it goes to landfill. So this, actually, it takes over 90% of it will be composted in 2 years. I know our makes aren't going to landfill. but you can make, it says here, a positive impact on the planet for the future. So it is good to think. You still use it exactly the same as you would your other toy filling. It's not going to start biodegrading in your toys, don't worry. It needs to be in the right conditions. It's still completely washable. Your recyclable packaging as well, it comes in. It's hypoallergenic. It's absolutely gorgeous. UK toy filling, eco-friendly, compostable toy and cushion filling for just £4.99. Yeah, this is a good idea, actually. Those of you that made Alison Marion's little toy cushions, I need to tell you something. You know the little tooth cushions? So she made one for Maisie, Tilly and Bal. I took them all home. They've been obsessed with tooth fairy, teeth falling out. I mean, Maisie's only 3. I'm like, no, you need to brush your teeth. Anyway, she says, Mummy, where's yours? I said, well, I hope I'm not going to lose my teeth anytime soon. And then the next day, I broke my tooth. And she was like, where is your tooth fairy cushion? So if I'm talking funny, it's because I've got a hole on the side of my mouth, which is being sorted out next week. But how weird is that? I need my tooth fairy cushion. So here we go, £4.99. I would be more accepting of it if I was opening like a bottle of beer or something, but I was actually eating on a cucumber. A cucumber? I was like, fruit and veg are dangerous. Do not eat salad. £4.99. Every single one of these that are going are actually going in multiples. Well done. Okay, today's menu. We've got lots of exciting bits and bobs today, starting with Alison Reid, who I actually had a bit of a fangirl moment when I realised that she's the author of the Stitch, the Stitch Hundreds of Cats and Stitch Hundreds of Dogs books. They're amazing. She's got brand new, and listen to this, exclusive projects for us for Christmas. You've never seen these before. This is your Nutcracker collection. I love these. They're amazing. I really want to make that fairy. Gorgeous, gorgeous hand-stitched projects coming up in this first hour. And a beautiful Christmas wreath as well. The bundles of your Nutcracker characters are all already going on pre-order. Your felted Christmas decorations. In fact, I wonder if my friend Katie's watching. She spotted this on the system before I spotted it. She says, oh, this looks really good. I'm going to be watching. My friend is very, very crafty, and she found Hobby Maker, actually. She was watching Hobby Maker the other night with me, and then she started watching John, and she texted me the other day saying, who's this? He's brilliant. I said, oh, that's John, that's John. So I messaged in, you might have been watching. So then I messaged John and said, oh, will you do a shout out to Katie? And then she just started looking through the schedule on the TV guide, and she spotted Alison's hour. Very excited for this. At 9 o'clock, Stuart Hillard's here, and we've got the most gorgeous, oh, they are amazing cushions. They're really big, like 18-inch cushions. Peace and joy. The panels are fabulous value for money. They're coming up in the 9 o'clock show. 10 o'clock, James Wheeler's here from Search Press. He's got book deals for you. You've got pick and mix. You've got offers on, 2 for £15 on the books on screen. There's some other offers as well, so have a look underneath us on the web. I mean, that's going to be actually 30% off. Fabulous price on some of the books. That's at 10 a.m. Then did you spot the quilt behind Alison's makes earlier? Look at this quilt. It is huge. It's nearly 2 metres. It's absolutely gorgeous, and it is achievable. It's a fabulous quilt. It looks like a lot of squares, and it is a lot of squares, but don't worry, you're not going to have to piece them all individually. Stuart's going to talk us through some amazing techniques at 11 o'clock. We're up to 11 o'clock with Stuart. Then, also at 12 o'clock, we have got Anna-Louise, who is Pollyanna Pickering's daughter, and we've got lots of brand new panels. It's just the first time we've done Christmas with Anna-Louise, with Pollyanna Pickering designs. And we have lots of lovely things. We have owls, we have robins, we have nativity scenes, we've got a lovely Westie dog panel. But I have to mention this calendar because this is a world exclusive. This isn't even on the Pollyanna Pickering website yet, and they're already going on the websites. All the proceedings go to a percentage of the proceedings go to the foundation, which we'll talk to Anna-Louise about how amazing the foundation is, supporting animal welfare and conservation across the world. But it is a beautiful calendar ready for 2025, and you've got so many pieces of artwork within your calendar and lots of lovely text as well. So not only is this the first time it's been on Sewing Street, this is a world exclusive. There is nowhere else in the world that you can buy this, so we're very, very excited. It is already there if you want it. In fact, we're going to drop the price now because I know it's not until 12 o'clock and there's already people who are checking out on the website. Get ahead whilst you can. The Pollyanna Pickering Foundation calendar for £12.99. The 2025 first look at this for £12.99. Obviously, as well at Sewing Street, we've got a fabulous price, but definitely shop ahead, whether it be for gifts for people, if you are a collector of Pollyanna Pickering calendars. This is fabulous, just £12.99. If you know somebody that loves animals and this gorgeous artwork, there's something about Pollyanna Pickering's artwork that just shows off the animals just at their best. She's renowned for, obviously, her sort of live drawings of these animals, and you can tell from the eyes, just captured so beautifully. £12.99. So you can see as well, the days are all broken down. Each day of the month does get a little square, and then you also have December as well for 2024 there. What is lovely is you always get a bit about the foundation. You also get pictures of Pollyanna when she's sketching, the wolf in Transylvania. I mean, look, it's just amazing. There's in Australia, Pollyanna sketching a koala bear. Look at, she's really up close and personal to these animals. An amazing craft. Perfect. Perfect gifting idea. He was on Strictly, wasn't he? Hamza, he was the winner. There's her with Hamza. Hamza joins Foundation President Anna-Louise to draw the winning ticket. Yes, he was Strictly. Fun fact for you. I love this one as well. Anyway, just to let you know that they are all available at £12.99. They are absolutely gorgeous. We'll talk more to Anna-Louise about this at 12 o'clock, but I just wanted to mention as loads were going into baskets, and it is a world launch. Lioness Jill Scott with Anna-Louise. All of the Pollyanna Pickering designs, a little bit more about the foundation, and then plenty of space here to be writing within. It's not just a dated calendar like this. You are getting the full days of the month. But then you could just circle, you know, certain birthdays or different special dates that you wanted to. And then you do also have January 2026 there at the end. So many got it in your basket. We'll talk more about that with Anna-Louise. We've got some Christmas bits, we've got some limited edition prints, we've got books, we've got all sorts. Right, are we ready? Now, because it is, of course, Christmas in July, you are getting your free Sewing Street pin badge while stocks last. One per customer. You get the lovely little elf. I wonder if Sandra's already got hers. There's so many people who I know do collect these pin badges. So if you want to grab yours, please do make sure you're ordering nice and early on, as it's very, 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 very busy today. Get in touch with us. Few different ways of doing it. If you've got any questions for Alison, if you've got any messages for Stuart, get them in at studio@sewingstreet.com. Message the studio with studio@sewingstreet.com is the email address, or of course you can jump onto Facebook, which is Sewing Street TV. You'll also find on our website, there you go, www.sewingstreet.com, or of course you can call to order 0800 on the free phone line number 001 4433. There is the website. If you click on watch live and scroll down, you can message the studio, and you can also see coming up on today's show, the early bird is on the other side, and then you will see all of the little extra embellishments for Alison's shows. There's the kit. There's the bundle with all the felts for the wreath kit. There's your Nutcracker instructions on their own, all bundled with all your different colour felts. There's lots of different notions that she's using, including a hot glue gun, lovely pom-poms. There's bits already selling out in that show, in fact. There is the instructions for the Peach and Joy cushions, and the panels are amazing value for money. Look at that. You can make 2 massive cushions, front and back. But not only do you get those 2-piece Enjoy panels. Can you see underneath? You also get 2 further ones, which you can embroider, you can colour, you can embellish in your own style, which is amazing value for money. There's Derwent pencils as well in that show, which Stuart will talk to you about. There's the green and red colourway. Sorry, I'm talking at a million miles an hour, but there's so much to talk about. The Tilda bundle, that was the one that Stuart made the amazing table runner from. The collection is there. You get a whole metre for free. We've rebundled what we can. Grab that whilst you can, because that is winter beautiful Tildas. Books galore, all on offer. Add multiple to your order and you get big savings today. We'll talk about that with James. There's the jingle, Joyful Jingle Quilt. Yes. So much on today. So much on today. It's very, 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 very busy already. Thank you for joining us. Really excited for today's show. Okay. Da, 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 da. Alison is already waiting to show us some fabulous demos. So let's introduce the bundle first. Now, you get the most amazing instructions. Anybody who's worked from Alison's books before, I mean, you know how talented she is. The designs are exquisite. But here you've got a set of exclusive instructions, not been seen anywhere else. They're not in any books. You've got all of your templates, which are to scale, by the way. You don't need to worry about resizing them. By all means, anybody who is you know, very, very good at upscaling at home. You could photocopy these into large ones if you want to make bigger for cushions, for example. But look, you've got all of your templates here ready to trace out, all in colour as well, which is lovely. Then you've got step-by-step photographs and instructions. Also, it talks through here your key stitches. So this is your design guide of what stitches to use, you know, what different embroidery stitches to use as well, which is fabulous. So that is all included within your instructions for all of the Nutcracker decorations. You don't need to choose one. You can make all of those different characters from the Nutcracker story. And then, because you're going to want to make all of them, we've bundled 49 different felts. Now, I started the hour thinking that we had a really good number of these. We don't. These are absolutely flying out. I'm now really concerned that this is going to be an extremely limited show going forward. If you want them, don't wait for the end of the demo. Grab them now in the bundle because the value for money is amazing. 49 pieces of felt. I mean, that is now working out, forget your instructions, less than £1 a square of felt, like crazy good price. You're getting beautiful quality felt as well. All of the different colours. You've also got all of your lovely neutrals as well. You've got black, red, you've got all the different shades of red. Just to be able to get the bundle and not think, right, I have to go out and source different pieces of felt. It's just lovely to know all the colours have been kitted for you. And obviously you're going to get those all important instructions and patterns. A third of the stock's gone. We will go over to Alison in a minute and we'll chat through how to work with her instructions and how to stitch. They are going very, very, very fast. Just so you know, I believe about half the stock has gone. Everybody who's got them in the basket, keep going through. You're all right at the moment. Now, if you do have a great stash of felt already and you're thinking, right, I've got oodles of felt coming out my ears, go for it in the instructions. So here you have got, as I said, all of your full-size templates, all of your instructions of how to do the embroidery stitches as well, your instructions guides of how to transfer your sheets onto your making your own templates. £9.99, full colour instructions, photographs as well along the way, everything that you need to know. They're all to scale as well, which for me really, really helps. I mean, I know in books often you don't have the ability of doing that because it's got to all fit within a book, but because Alison has designed these, you know, especially for us at Sewing Street, she hasn't sold them anywhere else. They're not included in any books. They are brilliant. So I know it's early, it's 8:20. I actually said to Alison, I know at the start of the show, it's 8 o'clock, there's probably going to be a lot of people that may watch later in a replay. I don't think you're going to have a look in on a replay, if I'm being honest. It is very, very busy, very busy. I knew that it would be very popular, but I've got a feeling that all of these are going to sell out. If you want them now, £9.99 for your instructions. Now, the other bundle, we have the most beautiful wreath. Have you seen it? I love a fabric wreath. I love decorative wreaths. And it's so easy to do as well. Anybody that is new into sewing and crafting, you're going to really enjoy this project. We've all got projects on the go, you know, like your big Fabby's quilt that we're going to be doing with Stuart Hillard. Maybe that's your big 2024 quilt project, but you still want to do little bits in front of the sofa. You might be going away and you want to take a little crafty project for you. You've got plenty of time. Oh, also, Alison has an angel policy. You can make to sell. So if you've got your instruction set and you've got your felt, these are projects that are going to be, I think you're going to make these for gifts for loved ones, make them time and time again. They're lovely. How gorgeous are these little characters as well? So you've got your wreath and 3 different characters to your nutcracker. She's even sprinkled them in glitter. They are gorgeous. You've got your little Mr. Santa Claus, you've got your reindeer, well, Rudolph with his red nose, and you've got your snowman. Once again, in your instructions, you've got all your full-size templates in colour as well, which is nice, so you can see, right, actually, I need to cut this out in red. It's just little things like that that actually really, really help you as a newer crafter. You've then got all of your templates for the reindeer. You've also got all of your embroidered stitches on here, and then step-by-step construction, how to make your leaves, where to cut, how to do it. And the great thing about working with felt is you don't need to worry about, you know, them fraying. They just look so beautiful. You also do get, oh look, you know, you said that you were struggling to find the twine. It's already done for you. It's already wrapped for you. So it's not like you're looking at embroidery hoop that you've then got to wrap as well. Do you get 3 hoops, yeah? You do? Brilliant, because you're going to make all 3. So you don't need to choose. You've got 3 hoops. You've also got your felt, all of your whole bundle, and your instructions for $34.99. Everybody who's got something in their basket. £34.99. Okay. Right, so if you have got your instructions in your basket, it's £34.99 for all 3 wreaths. Absolutely fabulous price for all 3 of those wreaths. £34.99. There is less than 20 of those bundles left. Is there instructions of these on their own, Hannah? Instructions on their own as well. So once again, if you have got felt already in your stash, it's only £9.99. Templates, instructions, embroidery stitches, making the wreath, pictures, step by step, photographs for £9.99. Everything is flying out. Everything is flying out, whether you've got your nutcracker instructions or your nutcracker kit. If you're getting your wreath kit, this is why I said as well, get your early bird today. It's the perfect day to be launching the eco-friendly toy stuffing. £9.99 for your gorgeous, cute collection of Christmas wreaths. Don't forget everybody who's shopping as well. Should we go over to Alison? Everybody who is shopping is also getting their free pin badge. Free pin badge. I'm going to just take 10 seconds just to walk over to Alison and avoid all the cameras. But do check out on all of your kits whilst you can, because they're very, 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 very popular. Right, Alison, oh my gosh, it's so lovely to meet you.
And you too.
So lovely to meet you.
I should be saying Happy Christmas, really, shouldn't I?
I know. We both discussed saying that we did toy with the idea of wearing our Christmas jumpers today, but there's something very strange with the heat outside.
Yeah.
Thank you for designing these. These aren't available in any of your books, are they?
No, not at all. Exclusive to Sewing Street.
Fabulous. And they are absolutely gorgeous. I love the size of them as well, actually. They're all sort of focal points, aren't they?
Yeah. And I suppose, you know, if people wanted to, they can always like blow them up and make them larger if they've got capability to do so, but choices down to the individual. Yeah.
Could you just shimmy that tree in a little bit? I think it's under the graphics.
Yeah,
perfect.
There we go.
All of your Nutcracker characters. So these are all hand-stitched projects, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Half the stock of the bundles have completely gone. If you do want to make all of those characters, you do have enough in your bundle as well to be able to do them all. Look at them, they are amazing. So you've got, talk me through, is the one that you would start with? Is the one that is more...
I suppose really probably one of the most easiest ones out of the selection would be, or collection, would be the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And then sort of build yourself up. Probably next would be the little rocking horse, the clock, and then obviously the Mouse King and the Nutcracker and the Sugar Plum Fairy. Probably a little bit more detail. Yeah.
£39.99 for your full bundle. Now, you have got a bit of a demo set up for us.
I do,
So which one are you going to be working on?
Right, okay, so I'm going to be doing the Mouse King today.
Okay.
Okay, so sort of like a little bit of a more trickier one, but you know, we cover all the skills. That's why I sort of chose to do that one. So shall I start with that?
Absolutely. So with your instructions, it starts by talking about how to transfer your template.
Yeah,
so how would you recommend tracing off your...
Right, okay. So let me get myself on the screen here.
Thank you.
Right, so I always get myself all prepared, step by step, stage by stage. So I suppose what you could do with these instructions is do them in one or two ways. You could either, if you've got some kind of copying system at home, you could actually just literally copy the templates onto a little bit of a thicker weight card. This is just 100 GSM. And then cut them out from there, because obviously you don't want to cut the instruction sheet up because there's something on the reverse. But the other alternative way of doing it is the old school fashioned way, is a piece of tracing paper and an HB pencil. So for instance, you would just pencil down, holding the tracing paper on top of the templates, and very, very carefully trace around that. I won't probably do all of it just because of the time element really, but just to give the viewers a little bit of an idea about this process. But I'm sure everybody will be well versed in how to trace something off. So that lead now is on the top side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my 100 GSM card, turn the tracing paper over, keeping that firmly in place, holding that nice and firm. Take my pencil again and just literally trace off that outline. So what happens is the lead will then become transferred onto the card. And it doesn't matter about sort of making a bit of a mess, because as long as you're sort of like transferring the lead that's on the other side, that's all that matters. Okay, so if I lift that up now, right, you can see now we've got the sort of template that started to get traced out. Obviously, I've only just done a small proportion of it because of sort of time restrictions. But if you wanted to, you've got sort of like fainter sort of parts or sections. Just literally go over that with your pencil, so that when you're using your non-fabric cutting scissors, your paper scissors, you know actually where to cut out from. All right.
Then you could do this onto card or something, but you've got these templates then to make multiple, because these would be really nice in like a garland, I think.
Exactly, yeah. So you could sort of make more than one Christmas tree. Yeah. And I suppose that's the nice thing about the felt bundles, is because you've got such a large sort of variety of colours. You could mix it up, match it, you know, and as you say, just make a whole banner of the same item, and have different ones around the house. So that's the tracing off. And the thing is, if you're kind of familiar with me in the way that I work, everything that I do is exactly the same way that's done in all of my books. So I'm always following exactly the same format. So that's the tracing off side of things. That's the first stage. Okay, so we just move on to the next stage.
Can I remind you that you can get the bundle with the felt, and as you say, you get 49 pieces of felt, or you can get the instructions on their own. If you do want the bundle, just be aware that we are really, really limited. I think there's now near enough on single figures on the bundle, so if you do want to make the most of it. Instructions do come in the bundle. If you do want instructions on their own with all your templates and step-by-step instructions, they're just £9.99. And once everybody checks out, over 100 have already gone. That's to make all of their characters, remember?
brilliant value for money.
Okay, so what I've done here today is I've literally done the cheap method and put this onto my colour photocopier and just literally printed off the patterns myself, right? And what I'm going to do now is get a piece of felt, and I've sort of like decided to sort of like add all the colours in. I've done this with all of my patterns, I think, for Sewing Street before. It's just nice, I think, and it's easy when you're faced with a whole mass of sort of like different colours of felt. It's like, oh, blimey, which one am I going to use? I've actually coloured in the templates so that it's much easier for people to make.
Now, Alison, why is it that you like to work with felt? Because I was thinking, could you do this in cotton?
You could do if you wanted to. I mean, I think my choice personally for felt is I just love the way that it doesn't fray.
Yeah.
And, you know, you don't need an overlock or anything. You just sort of like, you just cut it and it's great. It doesn't need any sort of like extra stitchings onto it. But that's not to say that anybody, you know, who's got other bits of felt in their workrooms at home, you know, cottons, velvets even, beautiful velvets. Yeah. You know, there's no reason why people, you know, can't make them out of a different alternative cloth.
Well, the Sugar Plum Fairy actually looks like my little girl Maisie with her bunches like this. And I thought, you could do that. It doesn't need to just be for Christmas. You could do them in a little pretty Liberty dress or something.
Exactly, yeah. A nice Liberty print. Yeah. Great. Good idea. Okay, so what I've got here is I've got my, as I'm doing the Mouse King, I've got his little jacket here, and I've got a fabric marking pencil, and all I'm going to do is hold that very firmly down so it's not going to move.
And what sort of pen do you can show up on felt?
Well, do you know what? To be honest with you, I sort of move around with what I use. Sometimes I use a very fine liner in black. Sometimes I even use a biro. Is that like a really bad thing? I don't know. Sometimes I use an actual fabric marking pencil, but I think my issue with it is some show up better than others. But I think when I've been on before, don't you have marking pencils that are different colours?
We have these silver
right,
ones.
Okay.
We have the silver ones like this. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically just drawing around that. I'm pressing quite firm as well, because obviously if I press lightly, the pencil isn't going to mark.
These are your Roxanne Quilter's pencil set. You do get a little sharpener. You get white in there as well, so if you're working on a black, for example, the white's going to really show up as well, or a darker colour. So your seam allows included in your templates?
Yeah, because the outer edge is always secured with a blanket stitch. Yeah. So there's no seam allowances here or anything. So you can see there, if you can see that on the screen, the outline of his little jacket, right? And what I would do then is just simply just cut that out.
Do you use the same fabric scissors that you do with your felt? Or do you have a separate pair for felt?
No, well, because I only ever use felt. This is it. Yeah. But the other thing I do is I always put new on them. When I get a new pair, use nail varnish remover to take that off, and then put old, so that I don't get them mixed up with when I'm starting to cut my paper out. I use those for paper as well. So, okay, so you just literally cut that out. And I like these scissors as well because they've got a nice sharp sort of point to them as well, and you can get into sort of little nooks and crannies and so on and so forth.
What I like about these though, I always think with hand stitching, I'm like, oh, you know, are they slightly fiddly? But these are really good sizes, aren't they? Yeah. They're not fiddly at all doing all these decorations.
No. I mean, I've got a pot of these at home, and I've got literally, I'd say probably about 25 old ones. So, okie doke, that's, I'm not going to cut it all out, but you get the idea. Yeah. You see the traced off pattern piece, and I've got my scissors, nice sharp scissors, and I would just cut all those pieces out.
Brilliant.
Okay.
I mean, you have got plenty of felt in this bundle. I mean, too much felt. Yeah. You'll be able to make multiple if you want.
Okay, right. So, once you've got all of your pattern pieces cut out and you've got a nice sort of like little bundle of felt, you know, cut out, what you then have to do is to look at this design guide.
Right. There's a whole page of all of them with the design guide.
All right. Now, this design guide shows you basically all of the stitches that you'll need to use to make up all of these little characters. So on the actual instructions, there is like a little key as well, which denotes,
brilliant.
you know, you've got keys of stitches. So you've got a back stitch, blanket stitch, French knot, and chain stitches being used for the nutcracker. And all of those stitches are explained. Oh, it's a nice weight, that, isn't it?
Is this the first time you felt this?
Yeah,
It's lovely,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, so there's all of your stitches there. This might be going home in my bag. I'm really messing. So you've got your back stitch, your blanket stitch, your chain stitch, your French knot. They're all illustrated along with illustrations and actual text as well to sort of like guide you through. All right. So when we just go back here to the design guide.
Now, you don't need to enlarge this at home, you've just done this for telly.
I've just done this, yeah, so it's nice and enlarged for you all to see today. Yeah. So you can see that around the edge, that's the blanket stitch. Yeah. You've got a back stitch, which is illustrated there with his eyes. We've got some sequins that have been sewn on where we need to position those. And I think those are the only two stitches that I've actually used for the Mouse King, but I will illustrate the other stitches as well that I've used for the Nutcracker decorations.
I mean, there's nothing that's too difficult, complicated. You've got your chain stitch, your blanket stitch, a French knot.
A French knot,
and a back stitch.
Yeah.
So, yes, don't be daunted thinking, oh, I'm not an embroiderer.
No, no. Yeah. I mean, if I can do them, anyone can do them. Seriously, seriously. Okay, so that's our design guide. Okay. Right, so then we move on. What I'll do is, I think what I'll do now is I'll illustrate the stitches. So for the demonstration of, or for the purpose of demonstration, I've just cut some random bits of felt up, but I'm also just using some multi-stranded cotton here, just so that the viewers can see it at home.
What would you recommend when you are making these?
Right, I just use normal stitching thread that you have on the top of a machine. Work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've got a whole stand at home, haven't I, with sort of all the colours of the rainbow.
So you don't? Do you need like your DMC skeins? Would you use those, or do you use?
I have used some of those in these decorations, so it's always worth your while to sort of like throw a few of those in your basket as well, just to add further embellishment and
It's more so that I've noticed your lovely metallic ones.
Yeah. Now there's a box. I've seen a box here as well this morning.
I think they're out of stock. I think they are out of stock.
Blimey.
But look at all of these.
You can use those, and I've used those. This one here, which is really great to use because it's kind of stiff. Yeah. I used that for the arms and legs for the snowman and the Father Christmas on the reeds.
They're lovely. They're all individually. The gold one's on your screen. That's just £2.29. These are obviously for embellishments, but they do look absolutely beautiful. I was looking on the, like the rocking horse on here to be able to have your lovely metallic. It's just Christmassy, isn't it, for your baubles. Yeah. All of these different colours are available. There's the silver there.
I mean, the thing as well with these, is, which I found quite interesting, because can you see the way the threads almost like come away quite easily? Yeah. You could cut a piece and then take, say, 3 strands of it and then leave the other 3 to the other side and just use 3 strands instead of using like the whole thickness. Yeah.
They're really lovely. There's the green. I mean, look at that bright. That is Christmas green, isn't it? You definitely want to be using that on your tree or on the Nutcracker. Any of them. They're all going to work so well. We will run through all of these different colours whilst we're demoing. There's also that lovely blue. There's the bright pink and then the baby pink as well. But keep your eyes peeled for those. Sorry, Alison, back to you.
All right, don't worry. Okay, so first off, I think I'll illustrate the blanket stitch first of all. So this is where it encases 2 raw edges together, which would be obviously the back and the front layer of your sort of like little ornaments. So I've got a knot in the end of the fabric. I've got my 2 edges together, 2 raw edges of felt, and I'm just going to bring that needle up through sort of like, a distance that you feel happy with. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that back up next door to where I've just come up, and I'm just going to wrap that round, okay? So you can see what happens is equal distances all the way, so I'm doing the same amount, wrap the thread around and pull that through, okay? So needle up, same distance from here, and obviously gives you the same distance there. I've got this end of the thread, wrap that around the needle and pull that away, Okay.
What size needle do you use?
Well,
this is obviously a big one.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I just use a normal hand sewing needle, just a normal one. So that's basically your blanket stitch. Okay.
And you do that around all of your...
Yeah, so when you're looking at these decorations here, all around the outside is blanket stitch, apart from when, say, you're going to insert a little sort of like components such as the tail, or say the actual rocker for the rocking horse, or arms and legs on some of the figurines. Yeah. So we'll use a different stitch there, but I'll demonstrate that one next.
Brilliant.
Okay, so we'll do back stitch now. And this is the stitch that you use to sort of add on, for instance, the decorations for the eyes. It's good for a sort of, it's like a solid stitch really. So it kind of like almost creates an outline.
Why do you do all their eyes closed?
Well, in the past, well, here we go. In the past, what I've done, I've used little brads for the eyes.
Oh, yeah.
But this time I thought, well, I've been making some other creatures at home, you know, like just getting my ideas flowing and stuff. And I just thought I'd have a change.
Yeah. I really like them, aren't they? They are lovely, aren't they?
Okay, so blanket stitch, knot in the end of my fabric, in the end of my thread, bringing my needle up. Oops, and it didn't do a big enough knot, did I? Just do that gently. So I'm going to take that down at the distance that you want, and then I'm going to bring the needle back up at the same distance that you've just created that stitch. Okay, and then take it down to the end of that stitch, that previous stitch you've just created, and you can see what you're actually achieving there is like a nice solid line. So that's what the stitch I've used, obviously, for the say the eyes, any bits of sort of decoration that's required, but also, as I just said earlier, when you want to insert like little pieces such as the tail, the arms and the legs, because you can't do a blanket stitch there, can you? No. Because your two edges are no longer there to stitch. Right. So that is basically your back stitch. Right, so next one. Let's see. We'll do the French knot
Just
now.
while you're preparing for the French knot, can I do a quick recap on or update on stock levels? So, how are we getting on the bundle? Is there any available? Yes, literally. More of you have got it in your baskets than we have availability. You are getting so much felt in here. 49 squares of felt. And look at the squares of felt. They're not little samples. You're getting loads of felt in each square. So, I mean, there's all the colours that you're going to need across all 6 different characters or 6 elements. You've got, remember, the Christmas tree, the rocking horse, the nutcracker, the clock, the sugar plum fairy, the king mouse, they're all, king rat, they're all there for just $39.99. There's more of you have got them in your basket than we have availability. You get your full-size templates and all of your instructions for all of these 6 elements, these 6 different decorations. They are lovely. And Alison's put a hook on them that you can put them on the Christmas tree, you can have them decorate around the house, but you could also have them all together and make a garland, couldn't you? They could be individual decorations hanging off one of your wreaths that you've got if you would like, or however you want to use them. We are now on single figures. More of you have got them in your basket than we have availability, just be aware. They are about to sell out. I think that's going to be the last time I get a chance to talk about those. Instructions are also available on their own, though. If you do want instructions, go for it. We had hundreds and hundreds of those. We knew it was going to be very, very busy. We knew it was going to be popular. You can't get these anywhere else. They're exclusive to us as well at the minute, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Brilliant. So you're going to show us French knots
I'll show you
next.
French knot. Okay,
Oh.
so...
Yeah, sorry, Hannah's asking, can we just show this other bundle? I don't want you to miss this, because it's all the same concept for both, isn't it?
It is.
So when we're looking at the wreaths, all of your characters with the wreath, again, the blanket stitch,
exactly
the back
the same
stitch.
process, yeah.
Yes.
And the thing is as well, you know, you can mix and match them. These could become decorations on their own, or you could decide to put sort of one of the nutcracker characters into the wreath.
Absolutely. You know? If you're buying both instruction sets, mix and match them. Mix and match. So this is the bundle for the wreaths. Now you get 3 wreaths, and you also get your instructions for the snowman, the reindeer, the Father Christmas as well. Massively oversubscribed. There's only 4 of those kits left. If you do want the bundle with the felt, with the wreaths as well, with the hoops, we do have instructions available on their own for £9.99. What would you advise to use if I don't have a, you know, a hoop?
Well, what I've done in the past, I've just got a piece of wire, and you can either use a bit of ribbon, a length of ribbon to wrap it round, or some thick wool, anything you've got hanging around, or even just like a ball of string. You can just wrap that round, you know, once you've made the actual hoop part.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to think what other alternatives would be out there that's already in a ring form, and I can't really think of anything.
Hoop?
Yeah, an embroidery hoop. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Yeah, so, yeah.
They are detachable as well, aren't they, the little
They are,
characters?
yes, they come off, yeah.
So you could do the holly separately as well, and you've just got all of those different elements that you could make, you know, get creative with different things. I love their arms and legs as well. Look, you see how they're all jingle jangling. These are so, so cute. So all 3 elements and the wreaths, the holly, everything that you need to know is all a part of the kit. The kit's literally about to sell out. Instructions are the way to go forward with that one if you want the instructions on their own. Okay. Brilliant value for money at £9.99. Okay, French knots. This is something that people always get a bit unstuck with, isn't it?
Yeah, but do you know what? It's kind of like once you get the hang of it, it's really easy, yeah? So what I'm going to do, bring my needle up to the top of the fabric, and then what I'm going to do, where at that position where it's just come through, I'm literally just going to pinch a tiny weeny little bit of felt. So you can see the way the needle's gone through the felt and it's come through the other side. I'm going to take my length of thread, and you can do this for as many times as you want to wrap it round, because the more times you wrap it around, the bigger the knot. But in saying that, the more chance it could become a little bit tangled up. So I always kind of do it probably about 2 or 3 times. Okay. So that's been wrapped round, and you can see what I've done with my thumb. My thumb is actually holding those down and pushing the needle through. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is take the needle back down very close, so it's not sort of miles away, sort of like over here, and just pull that through. And then what you get is a little sort of bobble.
And when you're doing French knots on the smaller scale, do you take singles? How many strands of thread do you work with?
If I was using just standard sewing thread,
Will you just
I'd do it double it up.
Double it up. And if you're using embroidery, do you use 3? Do you separate it out?
Yeah, you can separate it. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just do that one more time. I'll bring that up. Pinch a tiny weeny little amount there, and I'm just going to wrap it round. 1, 2, 3. Not very tightly, just kind of a little bit loose. Thumbs holding it down into position, and just pull the needle through. And what you can do is just sort of push them down if required. Take the needle back down to where it's sort of similarly come out of. And that's your little bobble.
Nice.
Okay.
And they had really nice texture. Whereabouts have you used French knots?
So I've used the French knot on his little nostril.
Yes. Yeah. Nice.
And I've probably used it somewhere else.
Oh, is it on the cheeks of the sugar plums there?
No, they're like little cut-out ones.
Are they?
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, people can, if they wanted to, they could put French knots for sort of buttons or baubles, anything they wanted to.
Lovely.
So the final stitch I've got to demonstrate is the chain stitch. Okay, so.
I love the little mouse on the clock as well, the grandfather clock. You just see loads of other details the more you look at them.
I know. So again, I've just brought my thread has come through to the top of the surface there, and I'm just going to take it back down to where it's actually come up. Now, thing with doing sort of like embroidery stitches, lots of people develop different ways of doing it, if you get me. Yeah. But you sort of, I suppose, this is just my method. What I've done, I've left a loop there, and my needle is coming up inside the loop, and I'm just going to pull that very gently, and I'm going to take it down underneath that horseshoe shape that I've just literally created, okay? Just pulled it a little bit too tight there, sorry. Okay, so then what I'll do is turn it round, Going to bring that up again through the inside of the horseshoe. Oh, sorry folks.
It's all right.
Erase.
Is this what you've done with the Christmas tree here?
It is, yeah.
I was just reading about you saying to draw a faint line across where it is that you want to go as well.
Yeah, just to give you a teensy-weensy little bit of guidance, I suppose. Okay, so again, what I'm going to do is make another loop, and then I'm going to bring that up, my needle, inside the horseshoe, and I'm going to take it down at the bottom of the horseshoe, and that just kind of like secures it
in.
Yeah. Okay, so just do that one more time very quickly. Up inside the horseshoe again, make a loop. Stomach's rumbling now. Can you hear that?
Don't worry, 10 minutes, you'll be able to go back for your breakfast.
Yeah, I know.
It's strange, isn't it, doing your 8 o'clock show
I
and
know.
then everybody else going down to,
So you can see there, I've got this decorative, like, little chain stitch going on now. All right?
Love that.
So all explained in the actual instructions. So if we move on quickly now to the next part. And what we're doing is a layering up process now.
Would you decorate and embellish them before you construct them all then?
Yeah. So this is literally the top surface now of the Mouse King. It's not the King Mouse, it's the Mouse King, apparently. Right, so we've got all of his little bits and bobs there, and you can see he's got his little uniform. We cut his head out separately, and obviously I've stitched all those little bits and bobs on, laid them all up, looking or referring to the design guide to make sure you're using the correct stitches. So we're just working with the top uppermost layer. With the arms and legs, you're obviously going to sew 2 components together to make a tube, and then they get stuffed, all right?
I like that you don't have to do, your right sides together and try and turn these through. That blanket stitch is just, And
I suppose that's another joy of making these quite small as well. You know, you can sort of like just stitch whatever side it is together. The right, because felt doesn't have a right or wrong side, does it? So you make your tubes, all explained in the instructions. Obviously, you would sew on the front details first. So, for instance, with the ear, I've sewn his little ear on. I've used that sort of lovely metallic thread. So the messy bit is on the back, and then I've got 2 bits of those cut out, and I sew the back to the front using back stitch. Now, what I was saying earlier, of course, was sort of like when you come to sew the back to the front, and I'll just explain that very quickly in a minute. But you'd obviously put that in there and put the back piece on, and then put sew your back stitch there. So again, likewise with his little crown, I've used some little decorative beads there, sewn those on first, then put the back on, and then I would use my blanket stitch to stitch around. When you're stuffing, I mean, use various different things. I use like a chopstick, a skewer, a pencil with an eraser on the end, anything you've got. Just stuff it, but don't overstuff these little items, because otherwise your sewing might
it's going to seep through your
burst
blanket
open.
stitch,
Okay.
The little beads, by the way, and the sequins, they're all available. Again, the lovely gold sequins. I think this is what adds to it as well. It's the fun of the embellishing, isn't it? The gold sequins, the red beads, the toy stuffing, obviously, as well. Don't forget, is your early bird. Hannah just ran the graphics for all of those, just to keep you updated on everything that's coming through on your screen.
Okay. So we finally get to the last stage, and what I was talking about earlier, and it obviously in the pattern pieces and the instructions, it tells you how many you need to cut out of each. So there's the front bit that I've just previously demonstrated. This is the back piece, all right, and that is starting to get blanket stitched around. But as I was saying,
when you get to the next
when you get to the next sort of bit that needs to be inserted, you pop that in, and then you would produce a back stitch.
Do you glue that in at that time?
You can do, and I have sort of said in the instructions, if you feel more comfortable with a little bobble of not too much glue, because obviously, you know, the glue starts to come through and you can sort of see it on, you know, seeping through the felt. But yeah, if you feel a little bit more confident having it held in place.
What type of glue do you use?
I just use, I mean, just like a
high-tack glue.
Glue.
That's really good actually, because that seals with heat, that glue.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what you do, back stitch there. Now what I was explaining about with the arms and let's see, the legs, you would just literally tuck those in. Again, if you wanted to bob a little bit of glue in there, you can do. So there would his arms go. Just tuck those in. Make sure that they're the same length, of course. And his legs. How cute is he?
Oh, honestly, he's amazing. Everyone's going to have so much fun decorating these.
And you could sew his tail in as well. That needs to go under there. And then sew it all around, all the little components go in. You leave a gap for stuffing. Stuff it gently, his body and his head. Sew it up with a blanket stitch, and then finally a couple of little stitches on top there just to secure the little crown.
Oh, honestly, he is gorgeous, isn't he? So decorative. All of the little trims and the shoulder pads and the belt, the buckles on the shoes. And you even just dabbed a little bit of glitter, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I just had a little pot of glitter at home, and I just sort of a little bit of fairy dust over them.
A little bit of magic.
Sparkle.
Bit of magic. Honestly, it's been so busy. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, come back again. We need these big, again, closer to Christmas. But I love getting them today because you've got time, haven't you, to then make them all in time for Christmas. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Can you enjoy your breakfast?
I know. Thank you.
Just a quick recap. Anybody who wants to get their instructions on their own, this is the way to get it. Hannah, has the full kit sold out? Yeah, gone. If you do want the full kit, go for it. If you do want to get your instructions on their own, they are available. There are less than 100, which sounds a lot still, but there's over 50 people who've got them in the baskets, and we've had over, I think, about 200 gone already. So if you do want your instructions on their own, now is the time to grab those. We then also have, of course, the wreaths. Don't miss out on these. They are gorgeous. The bundle has also sold out, but the instructions are available on their own. And don't forget, you get how to create the wreath, but you also get how to create all three of these lovely characters. You've got the little snowman. I just love their little legs and their hands. Oh, so cute. The gloves. You've also got Rudolph, and you've got Father Christmas as well with a bobbly hat, all included at $9.99. So remember, you get the templates, your full instructions there on your screen with Alison's exclusive pattern. Very excited for those. Okay. Have a bit of a speak with the customer service team and have a look underneath us on the website. I would absolutely check out during the break because it's going wild in the aisles. Very, very busy. We're loving Christmas. Right. A slight change of plan for the next hour. We're going rogue. Poor Jewellery Maker, our sister channel, I've got no presenter today. So Ross has been on air and I said, no, you can't steal me. No, you can't steal me. I've been like this. Hannah's tried to say no, but Scott's come in. So you've got another fabulous presenter taking over for an hour. But I'm coming back with you at 11.
11
I've told I've got to be back for 11 because this quilt's amazing behind. But Stuart, you've got these cushions. You're going to be all right on your own.
I think I'll be okay.
Have you done anything like this before? Have you been on the telly? No. Right, so I'll see you at 11, won't I? And thank you ever so much, Alison.
Thank you.
Do not go anywhere. Check out during the break, but stay exactly where you are. Stuart's going to be taking you through the next couple of hours, and I'll be back with him at 11. So we'll see you right after this.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Well, this was unexpected. But, you know, I mean, that's how life is, and certainly live television. So taking over from Vix just for this hour and the next one. Vix will be back at 11 o'clock, holding the fort. I will be her guest. I should have been this hour, but Vix has just gone over to Jewellery Maker. So in this hour, I'm launching my own brand new product. Oh my goodness me, I had such a wonderful time designing and making these brand new projects. It's called the Peace and Joy cushions, and well, I hope you're going to love them. Let me show you first of all. So there are two different colorways. There's the slaty blue-grey, and then there's the traditional Christmas colours, the kind of reds and greens and a little bit of gold. Now, they're made from a panel, and the panel makes two cushions. So where you saw Peace and Joy, you get Peace and Joy on both panels. You get all of the fabric to do all your piecing. You get your backing fabric to make your envelope back as well. You get enough to make two cushions, one Peace, one Joy, but it'll be in one colorway. So you just need to choose. Do you want to go with the blue-grey, which has no Christmas motif? So the foliage on Peace and Joy is just lovely, soft, gentle foliage. It's not holly, it's not ivy or mistletoe, that sort of thing. So those could go out, gosh, I mean, they're kind of coloured for winter, I suppose, but they might fit into your decor all year round. Whereas the traditional Christmas colours, you've got holly, you've got berries, you've got a beautiful dove of peace. So you've got those sort of more Christmassy motifs. So you decide, but keep in mind, you get both projects, the Peace and the Joy. We'll start with blue. Now, this is a big panel to open up on my own because it's enough to make two. So you, in the bundle, you get your panel, which is everything you need to make two cushions, front and back, plus your instructions. And I can't wait to show you the instructions as well. So if I throw this open, it is like a single bed. So I want to show you down here the side first of all. So to start off with, you've got what I call the sentiment panels, which are the centres of your cushion. Now, this is where it gets really special because you've got Joy, all coloured. Then you've got Peace, all coloured. But then you've got Joy again, just done in a very faint line. And then you've got Peace again in a very faint. Now, the reason why I've done that is because you might like to jump straight in with a ready coloured, ready done, cut it out, piece it together, and you're done. But I thought you might want to do embroidery. I mean, you could embroider that, of course, but I thought you might want to do embroidery right from the start. You might want to do sandtangling. You might want to do Inktense pencils. You might want to do colouring with ordinary wax crayons and then ironing with a piece of greaseproof to set the colour. You can do that too. So loads of different. So actually, you get 4 cushion centres and then everything else to finish off 2 more. And they're 19-inch square, so they're big, plumptious cushions. And of course, you do get beautiful coordinating fabric for the backing of both cushions as well. Now, of course, if you preferred, you could make these into a wall hanging, 2 wall hangings. You could use them for the front of a bag as well, or both sides of a bag. So there's lots and lots of options. And actually, the panels, the sentiment panels that you colour in or embroider, I'm actually going to use to make a couple of extra companion projects. So I thought I might use one to cut out a heart and then put bobble trim round it and then pad it and have it on a ribbon to hang as a decoration. This is a panel here that I actually coloured in. This is from the red and green, and I used my Inktense pencils. And then I also did, can you see some embroidery? Just selective embroidery here and there, a few very simple stitches. And the other thing that I wanted to do, I used a combination of aloe vera gel and water, so that some of the colour I blended outwards to give more of a watercoloured blended look, and then other areas I very specifically used my aloe vera gel to lock the colour in place. Annette from Gwent's got in touch. She said, "Oh, Stuart, so lovely to see you. Hope you enjoy today, and thank you for sharing your cushions. Been looking forward to seeing them. I need one." Annette, you get two. You get two on one panel. But thank you so much. I've been excited to bring these to air. I did show this one a few weeks ago on my social media, and I said, if I'm going to do Christmas in July, it's got to be cool and calm and classy. And I had so many lovely comments on those posts. You've got peace, you've also got joy. This is all from one panel. So you can see there, you've got your backing fabrics for both of your cushions, and then you've got your borders, you've got some labels, you've got all of your piecing. Now, you also get the full pattern included, and the full pattern not only covers all of the construction of your using a panel, but it also includes a second set of instructions for using your own fabric. So this could be scraps, it could be, you know, charm packs and a bit of stash, it could be completely scrappy, and you get full instructions for that. You get all your photographic step-by-steps as well. Nice, easy piecing this. I've also included some details about using your ink tents as well, or embroidery. Also how to add the bobble trim. But then look, you've also got full-size templates for Joy, for Peace, Christmas versions, and Joy and Peace, non-Christmas. So you can reproduce. I mean, wouldn't that be beautiful done as an embroidery framed? Just Peace or Joy. You could do this for a nursery. I mean, absolutely lovely. So lots and lots of extra value in there. And of course, you've got lovely photographs of both projects. So this one is the more, if you like, neutral, contemporary, sort of you could fit it in anywhere sort of colourway. But then, of course, I had to do traditional as well. Let me show you traditional. So I've got the sample here. I'm just going to grab it, actually, so you can see. So this is that traditional colourway. So I love reds, greens, and a little bit of gold at Christmas. So here is that version. And I designed it to have a sort of scrappy look. So it looks like you've delved into your stash of beautifully coordinating red and green prints. Just a note, actually, about the fabric, the prints that you've got there. None of them are Christmas prints, per se. They're all sort of, they have a bit of an arts and crafts and a country look. There are plaids, there are geometrics. So if you wanted, if you love the fabrics, but you want to absolutely substitute this centre panel, then you can. Excuse me, I've deliberately designed this so that you can substitute the centre panel using a layer cake square. You'll trim it down slightly, slightly less than 10 inches, but you can use a 10-inch charm square for the centre. Now imagine this cushion made with K facet, a big K facet print in the centre, and then smaller coordinates around it. How fabulous. Or an Anna Maria Horner fabric in the centre, or just completely scrappy. You could put an embroidery in the centre. You can use this pattern again and again and again. So it's a really useful pattern to have. And you do get the full pattern for using both the panels and your own fabrics included with your panel to make 2 cushions. Right, I'm going to open up the panel and show you just how much value you get. So again, massive, massive panel, so much on here. There's your envelope back, okay? And then over here, you've got all your scrappy fabrics to create your first patchwork border of little squares. Then down here, you've got your cream fabric to create your first plain border. And that's a really useful thing to have actually, because it can help you get it up to the required size if there's any variation in your piecing. And then you'll see towards the bottom, you've got these larger squares and you've got lots of little squares of cream. And this is to do your flying geese borders. Now, keep in mind that you've got enough fabric there for the front and the envelope backs of 2 cushions. You make peace and joy. You just need to decide, do you want to go traditional Christmas colours as I've got here, or do you want to go with that more cool contemporary slate blue? Now don't forget, included on your panel, you've got 4 sentiment panels. I'll show you the Christmas version. So you've got joy right here with your holly and beautiful kind of shaded gold. And then you've also got peace that has the dove and the holly, and that beautiful kind of almost shimmering gold effect. But then you've also got 2 extra sentiments. So you've got joy done in a soft outline to Inktense, to embroider, whatever you want to do with that. And then you've also got peace again. And this is the one actually that I have done with Inktense. And you can see, and it took me probably 20 minutes to do the colouring, and then probably another 20 minutes to do a little bit of embroidery. So you get 4 centres and then enough fabric and backing to do 2 large cushions. So you can make 4 projects. You get your backing fabric. I like to make it complete. And also as well, I hope you noticed that on the backing, I use very, very plumptious cushion pads. There is no gaping. There's no gaping. I make sure there's plenty of overlap, plenty of fullness in the backing so that you don't have that awful kind of Santa Claus eating too much. There's my tummy poking out. Yeah. You could put buttons if you wanted, of course, but there's plenty of fabric there. Now, you'll notice as well, I couldn't resist putting some bobble trim on this, which you don't have to, but we've got some gorgeous bobble trim, and I do think that it makes it really, really special. Right, let's start with the grey bobble trim. Now, we haven't got that dark grey. We've got this gorgeous silvery grey. This would actually have been my first choice. I could only find the dark grey, but this would have been my first. You can see it's an absolutely perfect, but I've literally got 6 of these left. So that's that. I've also got gold. So this is the one that I used. I'll just show you on the cushion. There's the gold. We've got 13 of those left, so a few of those, but that looks great with the red. And then all of the other bobble trims sold out. Yeah, well done if you got it. Okay, we just love pom-pom trim. Now, if you want instructions on their own, we have got that. And as I say, I wanted the instructions to be such that you could literally do the whole thing using your scraps, using your stash, including full-size templates of all of the centres. And not just 2 of them, but both designs. So you've got the joy in the piece in the more generic, sort of would work all year round, so no Christmas florals. And I think this would be great fun to add some beading to really go to town. You could use William Morris fabrics. Imagine these done in beautiful, warm, autumny shades, and then do your embroidery. Good morning, Vix and Stuart. I think the larger tilde prints or fussy cutting a tulip ink motif for the centre too. Ah, Kirsty. That is a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic idea. I love that. Yeah, some tilde, some tulip ink, really anything. And actually, even if you used a small scale print or almost like a background print, when I was designing this, I did the centre with a sort of shades of one colour, just almost like a damask sort of style fabric, and that looked absolutely beautiful in the centre. Or you could just literally have a plain white square and crosshatch quilting or a quilted wreath. You could use the centre just to show off your quilting. And also as well, of course, you also get your Christmas joy and peace. So you get your Christmas sentiments as well. Now, your full instructions do come with the bundle, so if you're buying either of the bundles, you don't need to buy instructions separately. But if you want to make this project from scratch using your stash, then grab the instructions. They are £9.99. Now, also, I just want to say that I'm currently making a quilt using this pattern. So what I'm doing is I'm treating this as my block. So I'm doing exactly what I'm saying about using the centre square to feature a large-scale print, smaller piecing, flying geese, and then there's going to be a thin strip of sashing in between the blocks. So these will stand sort of proud. But remember, this is 19 inches square. So actually 4 of those together with sashing is going to be over 40 inches square. So a good lap quilt or wall quilt from just 4 blocks. You could do a lovely table runner actually with 3 of these blocks just sewn end to end. And that would be basically sort of 20 inches wide by about 60 inches long. Imagine doing that for any table but the Christmas table. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. So your instructions on their own are £9.99. Now I am still going to be doing my demos as planned, so I'm going to be showing you how to make the cushion and how to do the various different elements. I've even got my Inktense pencils and brushes at the ready. Now lots of you coming in for the instructions, and also the blue bundle is in the lead. I'm just going to quickly fold this up. Yes, so the blue one is absolutely flying out. Lots of you going for a contemporary look. Over 20 of you have that in your baskets as well. Do remember to check out. So this is the blue colourway. Now you get peace. You also get joy. Collector in Devon's got in touch to say, lovely to see you today, Stuart. I pre-ordered the grey cushion kit. I've been waiting since your social media peak pictures, thinking about the other one too. Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind. Do you know, I really did have a lovely time. I would say, by the way, I think a lot of people like to know how long is it going to take me to make. I spent about a day making each cushion. So that was piecing it and quilting it and making it up into a cushion. It's a good day. It's the kind of thing you could make over a weekend or a week or so. I mean, gosh, you can take as long as you like over it, but just to give you an idea, it's beginner level piecing. Accuracy is important. It is your friend, and I'll be showing you how to get that accuracy, and I'm going to be giving you a few little hacks as well, just to make the whole process easier and more successful. Don't forget, you get those panels where you can do your own thing as well. You can Inktense or you can embroider. Right, let's do a bit of demo. Okay. Now, while I'm here, how fabulous. What a great backdrop. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. Can't wait to show you that. Got a great day of projects. All right, so my first tip, if you like, is, and it's the very first thing that appears on the pattern, is to make your envelope back, which might sound like isn't that the last thing you do? Well, normally it is, but it's a bit like when I make a bag. I like to make the lining first, because by the time I finish making the outer bag, I feel like I've finished, but I haven't. But if you make the backing for your cushion first, when you get to the stage where you feel like you've nearly finished, you genuinely will have done. Right, so you're going to cut out your 2 backing panels, and they're both the same size. Okay, and if you want to, you can mix and match the 2 fabrics together. I've used 2 the same, but you could have a mixture. It's entirely up to you. Or if you wanted to, you could use something like calico or seeded natural cotton for the backing, and then use these with your 2 extra centres to create a couple of other projects. They would be really nice made into Christmas stockings. What about that? Okay, so what you're going to do then with your envelope back is you're just going to turn a double hem on one long side, and it's about 1/4 of an inch, a generous 1/4 of an inch. Just fold it and fold it again, and then I'm going to top stitch this. So I've got my sewing machine set up. I'm just going to extend my stitch length to a 3. And then I'm going to stitch all the way down. Definitely time for a new needle. Give it an early Christmas present in the break. There we go, that's one side. And then I'll do the other. And I just think from a psychological point of view, getting this sewn first kind of deals with a big old chunk of your panel for one thing, and it makes cutting the rest of the pieces easier because you've got less fabric to deal with. It also means that now I've got my backing ready. It's only a 2-minute job, but it does make a difference. Benita, what a beautiful name, from Herefordshire's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, I got the red panel, but will also be using my embroidery machine to create some summer themed centre panels along with some Tilda fabric. Benita, that is, what a brilliant idea. I didn't even think about embroidery machines for the centre. Gorgeous, gorgeous idea. You could do a special anniversary, something, dates, a dedication, photography on fabric, loads. Ah, Benita, brilliant idea, brilliant idea. If you're not going for the panels, go for some instructions because it's a really, really useful pattern. And you can use your scraps. Now, you know me, I mean, I kind of made my name in the early days before Sewing Bee, writing a scrap quilting column for Popular Patchwork, which I did for years and years. You know, it's one of my passions because I think we've got this. I never feel guilty about having scraps. I never feel bad about having a stash because they're your artist's materials. Without them, you can't make anything. But of course, we want projects to use them. This would be perfect for using up your scraps. Absolutely perfect for using up your scraps. And I have included instructions throughout for using both the panel, but also. And so I say things like, if you're using, step 1, if you're using the panel, do this. Step 2, if you're using your own fabric, do this. And I've done that throughout. And then there are some areas where it was, these are instructions for both panel or fabric. So you won't get lost. And you also, of course, get your embroidery or colouring details on the back as well. Hello, Stuart. Just ordered the pattern. Can't wait to start sewing. Thank you, Teresa. You're very welcome. Thank you. Do you have to buy the panel to get the peace and joy? This is from Gail in Surrey. Absolutely not. If you buy the pattern on its own, look, you get the sort of contemporary, the non-Christmas Joy and Peace full size. And you also get the Christmas Joy and Peace included in your panel. So all you need to do is either use a light box or tape it to the window and put your fabric over the top you can trace through. If you want to do this on dark fabric, I would use Dressmaker's carbon paper underneath and trace over the top. Easy. Hannah, our producer, asks, can you guarantee joy and peace if I buy this? No, I can't. But I always say every Christmas, I always make sure that I've either got something like a knitting project or an embroidery project or some kind of handwork. And then if Christmas gets too much, I can retreat and even if I'm with everybody else, people kind of respect that I'm doing this and I need to just be left alone. Yeah, don't talk to me. And that does bring me joy and peace. So that's your pattern. Right, next part of the demo. So the next thing that we're going to do is that little checkerboard border. Can we just have a quick look at the cushion, please? And it's just this first little border that goes around the centre sentiment. Yeah, there we go. Right, so on your panel, you've got one long strip of 20 squares, 20 small squares of your coloured fabrics. And what I've done is I've cut them out, first of all as a whole strip of squares, and then I've sliced each set of squares down the middle. So I didn't cut them into individual squares, I cut them down into strips. And I did that with strip 1 and strip 2. This just makes, you still do the same number of seams, but I can sew one seam all in one go. So what I'm going to do now is put the 2 different strips together, and I'm just going to sew them. Now, can I offer a bit of unsolicited advice to everyone? Don't overthink scrap projects. It's almost guaranteed to kill a scrap project if you overthink things, because you'll start to try and be too coordinated and too sort of, do you know what I mean? You'll start placing things where you think they should go rather than just letting serendipity do the work. Now, obviously, I have, you know, designed these prints and these colours to work together, but, you know, if you cut these apart as separate squares, you would put them together differently and, oh gosh, it might make a difference. It probably won't. Now, if you're using your own scrap fabrics, there is sort of slightly different instructions for this step, just to allow you to get best use out of your fabrics. So once you've sewn that long strip together, you want to give this a press, and I'm just going to finger press this. Okay. And I've done the best I can to make sure things line up, but it doesn't actually matter, and you'll see in a second why that is. So I'm just finger pressing all the way down. Right, so now what I'm going to do is grab my rotary cutter and a small ruler, and I'm going to chop this section up into 1.5-inch segments. Now, the easiest way and the most accurate way to do this actually is to first of all cut apart on the print lines. So where you can see the prints come together, cut those apart like so. Try and be as accurate as you can here. I know I'm being slightly sloppy with my cutting. And you'd continue doing that the whole way down. And then once you've done that, you can then cut these carefully in half. Now, I would say to begin with, it's really worth, if you've got 2 rulers, it's worth butting 2 rulers together. Just for the first few, and I'll tell you why. It'll just get you into the habit of where do you need to place this, because most of us, when we cut out strips or squares, we are either slightly generous when we're cutting or slightly skimpy. And what that will mean is you'll end up with 2 sections that are slightly different widths, and we want them all to be the same. So if you butt 2 rulers together, you can make sure that you've properly got 1.5 inches both sides, then take one of the rulers away, and then you can cut. Once you've done that, whoops, a few times, you'll be in the zone. You'll have that sort of discipline to get the whole thing cut out nice and accurately. Okay, so keep going like this. I'm just going to cut out one more. You do this with the whole strip, of course. Okay. Right, and then what you're going to do is take one of each pair and you're going to sew them into a strip, okay? So, like I say, you're doing the same amount of seams as you would have done if you'd cut out little squares, but it's kind of more efficient to do it this way. Again, let a bit of serendipity happen here, or don't. You can have identical strip sets if you prefer. So keep sewing. A message, this is from Sue in Norfolk. I think also you shouldn't get too hung up on exact matching. As long as you're happy with the results, that's all that matters. Sue, absolutely right. She says, P.S. loving the patter. Oh, the pattern. Or patter. Or patter. Hannah saw platter because she wants some kind of snack. Oh, do you know, have I got all muddled up now? I don't know which ones I've used and which ones I haven't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's fine. Now, I've said in the pattern, what I did was I made 4 identical sets of 10. All right, which is 5 little segments sewn together. Just, it kind of speeds up the process. And it also means that you've got a lovely balance to your finished project. But if you want to be more random than that, then you absolutely can. It's your project, make it your way. If you're also enjoying the patter, do get in touch, won't you? Because I'd love, or if you have a platter at home, send a picture of it. Right, so there's one set of 10, and I'm just going to very quickly make a second set, and I'm going to make it identical as well. Okay, so we'll see if I can do it now. Yes, yes, oh, brilliant. It's really worth, when you've made your first set of 10 segments all sewn together, or 5 segments rather, just check the length to make sure that it's coming out at the right dimensions. Throughout my patterns, I like to give you, you know, your panel should now measure this, your panel should now measure that. And the reason why I do that, it's not for no reason. I want you to check your sizes as you go, because I'd much rather you found out at this stage that your seam allowance is a bit generous and you need to adjust it, than find out at the end that nothing will go together, because that's a bit depressing. Isn't it? It is though. And the thing is, if you check your piecing as you go, it's no big deal to adjust your seam allowance on your first strip and then make a little change. And really, rather than trying to change the way you sew, you're much better off changing the position of your needle. So use the stitch width adjustment on your sewing machine to just move the needle over to the left or right a little bit to make your seam allowance bigger or smaller, whatever you need to do. And do that rather than trying to change the habits of a lifetime. Right, so those are all sewn together. Now, it'll become clear why I've done 2 of these rather than just sewing 1. Okay, so for one side, or for 2 sides of your panel, you need 9. And for one side, you need 11. And at the moment, I haven't got either of those. I've got 2 lots of 10. That didn't help, did it? That's not right. So what you're going to do is you're going to take one of the segments off. Okay, let's see if I've got some scissors. Oh, I've got, oh. Are those the right size scissors? Yeah, they'll do. They're absolutely perfect for the job. So I'm just going to take 1 square off, like that. I'm going to sew it onto there. All right. Now, actually, when you come to do this, you'll have, obviously, a lot more fabrics. You've got 20. I'm only working with 10 of them at the moment. So it won't be a repeat of the same. But now I've got a strip of 9 and a strip of 11. And you'll do 2 lots like that, and they'll go around the sentiment panel in the middle of your cushion. All right? So that's step 1, done and dusted. In fact, I've done 2 steps because I've got that and I've got my backing already made. Right. So next up, you'll add a plain border. Now, I'm just going to go over and have a quick look at the cushion because I want to show you on the actual cushion. So you can see here that after the row of patchwork, you've got a narrow border of cream fabric, and it just separates the patchwork. It means that the flying geese kind of float on the background, okay? It also means that you're much less concerned about matching up piecing to piecing. It stops everything looking crammed in. So you're going to put that little thin border, 2 short sides and then 2 long sides, okay? Easy to do. They are quite narrow, so when you're sewing this, use a slightly less than 1/4 inch seam allowance, a scant seam allowance, and then you can always trim to size if you need to. But I think chances are it's just going to come out fine and perfect. That's the idea anyway. Right, next we need to make some flying geese. So let's do that. Now, for this project, I'm using what's called the no waste flying geese method. Okay, so that's the 4 for 1. So I've got some of the larger squares, and I just love these sort of contemporary but traditional as well looking fabrics. Just need a friction pen if we've got one, please, or a pencil. So I've got my print squares, and then I've also got some cream squares, and these are all different prints. They all come on your panel. So what I'm going to do is grab 4 of them, and I want to draw a line from corner to corner. So I'm going to do that with a friction pen. I'll tell you why I forgot to get a friction pen, because my sewing machine at home has got a laser light on it, so I don't have to do any marking. If you've got a laser light on your sewing machine, you can use that instead, and it does make the job a little quicker. But I'm just marking a diagonal from corner to corner on the wrong side. There we go. All right, so quick vote. Which fabric? The checks? All right, let's do the checks. You voted very quick, Hannah. Right then, so first of all, we've got our large square and we've got 4 small marked squares. So grab your square and put it on point, and then we're going to lay our first 2 squares, one matching one corner up and one matching the opposite corner up. And you'll notice straight away that there is overlap in the centre. Don't panic, it's normal, it's meant to look like that. Did you panic, Hannah? Don't panic. Right, I've got my machine set to a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and you'll see that I'm being a little bit of a Johnny by the seat of his pants here, because I'm not pinning this. I mean, how to make sewing more thrilling. Right, I'm just lining up the 1/4 inch or the side of the foot, and I'm going to sew. And I'm using, I would say, probably just a scant 1/4 inch, slightly scant. Okay, so all the way down one side, and then I'm just going to turn my work, and I'm going to line up on the other side of the line, and sew again. There we go. Right, so let me just show you what I've done there. So I've sewn a 1/4 inch either side of that marked line. Now I'm going to grab my ruler and I'm going to cut straight down the middle to create these 2. And now I always say I think these look like fox heads. There are the ears and there's the face. You see what I mean? You see? Are you seeing that? Are you seeing a fox? Is this like that ink blot test where everyone's at home saying, no, Stuart, only you see a fox head, love. Sorry. Right, there we go. So you do 2 of those. And then I've got 2 more marked squares. So these are going to go here and here. And I'm going to do the same again, 1/4 inch on either side. Now, I like to quit while I'm ahead, so I'm not going to try and do 2 at once. I'm just going to do 1, sew on both sides. Okay, that's one side. Flip it around. And sew on the other. And when I was making the cushions, I did them one at a time, but I sort of had like a little bit of a session where I sewed all of the units of one type in one go. Just sort of sat there and did them all. And then had a bit of a pressing session. And then sewed them together, and then I worked on the next part. So it's quite nice to kind of chunk your tasks like that. Okay, And then same again. So I've sewn 1/4 inch either side of my marked line. Now I'm going to cut apart. Ooh. There we go, there's 1 and there's 2. And of course, if you're making both cushions in one go, you could be doing this job for both cushions all in one go. And then press back. Now, obviously, this is a good time to go to an iron if you have one. I'm just finger pressing at the moment. And just press that back, and you end up there with 4 flying geese out of 1 recipe. And then the last thing that I'm going to do is just go in with a pair of scissors. I like to just trim off the dog ears, and I prefer a pair of scissors for this. I find it a bit of an easier process, but you can rotary cut if you prefer. Now, you shouldn't need to trim any of your units. It's a good idea just to measure and make sure that these are coming out the right size. And if they're not, make an adjustment. Okay. Now, when you come to put the flying geese together, I am more than happy for you to do your own thing. Here. So if you have a look at the cushions again, you'll see that what I've done is to kind of chase the geese around the outside, okay? So you can see the line runs, rather than up to a corner, it's almost like the geese are flying off the end, and then the next row fly across and off the end. And I show you how to do that in the book. It doesn't require a partial seam or a Y-shaped seam or anything like that. It's just the way you twist and turn those units. Easy. So that's the next border. So once that's gone on, you'll put 1 final plain border around the outside. And what's great on the panel is all of those pieces are printed to size. So they're the perfect length. All you've got to do is cut those individual strips. And that's your centre made. Right, let's go and have a look at the instructions. Christine, you're an ally. Kirsty, rather. She says, I always see a fox head when I sew this technique demonstrated. It's not just you, Stuart. Thank you, Kirsty. That is very reassuring. Now, the blue bundle, first of all. Blue bundle first. So you get a panel which makes 2 full cushions and 2 extra centres that you can do your own thing with. I mean, you might use those in the cushion itself. It's entirely up to you. You get so much in this panel. You get all of your large squares to make your flying geese, your cream squares for doing the sky on the flying geese. You also get some little labels there as well, so you can label up your project if you're gifting. You also get the small squares to create your checkerboard, your envelope back, and look, you get your joy in your piece coloured, your joy in your piece uncoloured, just a faint outline. Just a word about that, it doesn't wash out. It's not a wash away, it's permanent, but it's faint enough that it's not going to be obtrusive if you've embroidered it, if you've ink tensed it. Actually, if you wanted to, you could literally just use a Santangle pen, fine pen, or a Pigma pen, and you could just ink these words in. You don't have to do anything much, but I've used ink tense pencils and a little bit of embroidery. All I've done some back stitch down the centres of the holly leaves and some little French knots and satin stitch berries. And then I've done some little lazy daisy stitches here as well, and a little bit here in the beak. If you like your embroidery, by the way, I've got some absolutely wonderful embroidery books coming up. Oh, there's a card set as well in the next hour with James from Search Press. Absolutely wonderful. So you get all of those different options in those gorgeous slaty blues, very contemporary. Lots of these in baskets. Don't hang about. I don't want you to miss out on this project. And this is literally we have a week, don't we? Christmas in July. And then we get back to the normal scheme of things for the rest of the year. And then really, the next time we visit Christmas, it is Christmas, which we may never see these. You know what I mean, though? So if you want to get ahead and get your project, now's the time. Now is absolutely the time. Or you can set this aside for later in the year. So that's the blue-grey. Do check out your basket. I think there's a real danger that people could start missing out on the blue-grey panel because there are so many in baskets. And as soon as people start checking out, that's when the stock can just disappear before our very eyes. I had some shows, I think it was the week before last, where literally, as soon as it was just gone, everything was gone. So don't get caught out. Now, the other colourway that we've got is reds and greens, that more traditional look. So plaids, kind of arts and craftsy, really gorgeous. This is, for me, this is Christmas. Reds, greens, golds. That is my Christmas at home. It's just brings instant joy. And you've got that bit of Christmas foliage in there as well, just to give it a real kind of gorgeous Christmassy look. Now, I've been mentioning Inktense pencils. Oh my goodness, what a joy these are. And I think it's fair to say a lifetime purchase, because I can't imagine them ever running out, my set that I've got. So I'm going to start with the set of 24. Yeah, I'm going to start with my set of 24. So you get 24 Inktense. Now, what's all the fuss about Inktense? Let me tell you. Oh, these are an oil-based colouring pencil. They go on really beautifully and smoothly, but, so you can use them on paper, you can use them on card, wood, anything like that. But where they really come into their own is when you use them on fabric. So if you can see here, for example here, this little line here, this is just the pencil on fabric. But once you add water or fabric medium or aloe vera gel, I mean, I've got an aloe vera plant and I literally just snipped off a bit of leaf and dunked it into the gel inside. The colour comes to life and it blends and it spreads and it's absolutely gorgeous. And so here I use water and washed it out beyond the lines to create more of a watercolour effect. Here I was much more controlled, use the gel from the aloe vera, or you can use aloe vera gel from a chemist, and then it really sort of contains the colour where you spread it. So you can do a mixture of the two or blend. And then I just went in, once it was dried, I just went in with some embroidery threads and added a little bit of stitch detail. You can do one or the other, or completely do your own thing. But they are amazing colouring pencils. You get a set of 24 here, and that includes an outliner, which I used here, where I just used the outline just to increase the density of the outline, just so you could see it really nice and clearly. Yeah. So that's your set of 24 Inktense pencils. Now, what could be better than 24? 36. I've got a set of 36. More shades, more beautiful colours. Is there anything more beautiful and exciting than a set of colouring pencils? This takes me right back to childhood and that joy of a new pack of coloured pencils or crayons. It was a joy, wasn't it? Christmas morning. As I say, I've made my purchase of Inktense pencils. I've used them such a lot. I've virtually used nothing. Do you know what I mean? I can't imagine ever having to replace any of them. Now, Welsh Mary, morning Mary's got in touch from East Riding. She says, hi Stuart, you're doing an amazing job. Great, well thank you. I'm going to get that printed on a t-shirt, Mary. I'm going to get that sent to everybody upstairs. Lovely cushions. I shall practice with my Inktense pencils and my embroidery machine. Mary, good on you. Very nice, very nice. Now, your Inktense pencils, because they're oil-based, once they've gone into the fabric, you don't need to heat set them. You don't need to do anything special. Once they've dried, they are washable, Jill. Yes, they are washable. They go and they're permanent. And you don't have to put fabric medium on. You don't have to iron them. Once they're dry, they're permanent. So you can use them on clothing, for example. You can use them with applique, with piecing. So a very dear friend of mine does the most amazing applique quilts, and she then goes in with Inktense pencils and just adds shading to flowers or characters, and then some stitching as well. And the combination of all of those things is out of this world. You can also use Inktense with machine or hand quilting. So imagine quilting a gorgeous kind of wreath, for example, and then going in with your Inktense and colouring in that wreath. Absolutely beautiful, really worth considering buying. I know it's a considered purchase for a set of colouring pencils, but these are like no other colouring pencils you'll ever use. The results you get are intense and beautiful. Now, just want to remind you of the slate grey panel and instructions. You get the panel for two, remember, you get peace, you also get joy, written in the same font with these beautiful soft contemporary floral foliage. You get those lovely sort of arts and crafts fabrics for your scrappy borders. You also get your backings for two 19-inch finished cushions. Huge value in this panel, and you also get two extra sentiments which are faint, so you can embroider or Inktense them, and a full set of instructions. Now, the instructions are not just to make up a panel. Yes, they're to make up the panel, but you also have a second set of instructions throughout that show you how to use your own fabrics. Could be scraps, could be fat quarters, could be a mixture of, you know, jelly roll strips and bits and bobs. To make these two beautiful cushions. Do check out your baskets. Now, if you want instructions on their own, we've got that covered for you. $9.99 for full instructions. And I'll just show you what you get inside. So start off, you get that picture photographed in my sitting room. There we go. That's my favourite chair to sit in to read, because it's by a window, so it's got great light. And I love to sit in that chair and read. So you get your full instructions, and look, this is what I'm talking about. Step 1, if you're using the panel, do this. Step 2, if you're using your own fabrics, do this. So it's like that throughout. Photographs throughout of how to build up your panel, how to add pom-pom trim if you're using it, a little bit about the Inktense as well, and then you get full-size instruction, or pattern rather, for Joy and Peace Christmas and Joy and Peace Contemporary, so that you can reproduce that. So you don't need to buy the panel at all if you want to use your own fabrics. Really lovely message from Alicia, who's in Staffordshire. Thank you, Alicia. She says, I'm going to print out some photos and make a couple of cushions for my granddaughters as they've recently lost their grandpa. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. You're going to make some memory cushions. I think that's a beautiful idea, and it's personalised, and I think the design will work really well because you've got that space in the centre to be able to put those photos, those sentiments. We've actually got printable transfer sheets for doing just that. They're on screen now. You get 3 sheets for dark and light textiles. They go through your printer, and they make the printing permanent on the fabric, so you can transfer. They're great. Yeah, you could do a little montage, because of course if you use something like you scan your pictures in and then use sort of an art file on your computer, you can do montages, you can do collages with photos and then print the whole thing out on fabric, or print out individual and then collage them, perhaps with precious fabrics or little buttons, or, you know, you could use this pattern in so many ways. I'm currently working on a quilt using this pattern because the centre is layer cake friendly. So really, really useful to have. Pattern on its own on screen. Now, just want to mention, I've got a lovely bunch of Tilda. And I've also got, so this is a table runner I made, and there's a pattern for this. I'll show you the pattern. So the pattern is for my Scrappy Stars quilt and runner. So I'll just show you here. So you get the full instructions for making the quilt. And I use Tilda for this, but you could use your scraps again. Okay, so you get the pattern for that, but you also get a different set of instructions, different scale as well of instructions, plus colouring sheets and lots of photographs for the table runner. So this is an ideal project, I'll just show you there, to use up your scraps to make this gorgeous Christmas table runner or any other season that you might like. Now, if you want to get some of these lovely Tilda fabrics, I've got a bundle. And I'll show you what you get. You get 4.5 meters. Now, the original of the Christmas reds and greens sold out in a heartbeat. So I worked hard with everybody upstairs to get another bundle together. So this is 9 of the fabrics from the Christmas reds and greens. So a gorgeous selection of Tilda Creating Memories fabric. 9 different half meters. This is the unbelievable bit. 9 half meters, 2 of them are free. That's bonkers. If it was, you know, 20 half meters and you got a meter free, I think, okay, I get that. But to get a whole meter free out of 4.5 meters, I think is exceptional. £59.43 to get 9 half meters of this beautiful brand new Tilda. Should be £76.41. If you were paying full price, you're getting a whole meter for free, and those would be gorgeous either in my runner, or can you imagine doing the Peace and Joy cushions using the Tilda? If you're buying the panel and you're getting your instruction, you could still use that one panel, use one of the sentiments from the centre, either the colouring one or the printed one, plus the Tilda, and do your own scrappy version. Be beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Great. The Tilda, I'm absolutely thrilled that we've managed to get back. It is gorgeous. I can't tell you how much fun I had making the table runner. It was gorgeous. And a whole meter free within this bundle. Absolutely exceptional value. That won't stick around for very long. If you want to get hold of those 9 half meters of brand new Tilda, be quick. If you want to get the Scrappy Star quilt and runner pattern, it's just £9.99. You get the full quilt pattern, you get the full runner pattern, and they are 2 different scales of block. It's not just the same block done, you know, one way or the other. It's actually 2 different scales, so you can mix and match. You can do the quilt with the smaller blocks. You can do the runner with the larger blocks. So lots and lots of options. Just be aware that bundle is limited quantities. We do not have loads of these. If you want to get hold of the Tilda, grab them now. Grab them now. Our lovely buyer Paul managed to pull some strings and get us these fabrics in because I'm so keen on them. And also as well, interestingly, when we did the launch of the Tilda Creating Memories, I thought, oh, are people going to be ready for Christmas fabrics in June? They were the first bundle that sold out. And actually, the good thing is that actually none of these fabrics are Christmas. They're called Christmas reds and greens, but they are florals, they are foliage, they are geometric. You don't have any Christmas motifs in there, so you can use them year round. Gorgeous. Don't forget as well, with your purchases, you are getting the exclusive Sewing Street Christmas pin badge with a special code on the back. Can't tell you what it is, but you know what it's for. You know what it's for. Right, okay, I think we're going to go to a break, aren't we? Because James is chomping at the bit, ready to get going with the most amazing, special, very special deals on beautiful Search Press books. You won't want to miss this. I'll see you after the break.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now then, welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and this here is James Wheeler from Search Press. James.
Good morning.
Welcome. You have been on air before.
I have, yes.
But with John, I think.
Yeah, mainly with John. I did a show a few weeks ago with Hayley. That worked really well.
Yep.
So they said come back and do some Christmas stuff.
Ace. So you work for Search Press, who of course we know as really the home of crafting books. I think the vast majority of our craft books that we have in our libraries come from Search Press. Some of the biggest known craft authors work with you. Yep. And you also distribute a lot of books, including mine.
We're doing yours very shortly, aren't we?
Absolutely. We've got a brand new one coming out, but we'll talk about that later. Now, we have got some incredible deals, James.
We have.
You're really spoiling us.
I am, yes. We've got some 2 for 12s, 2 for 15. We've got an individual bundle, and then we've got some individual new stuff with 30% off of it.
Absolutely amazing. And the good news is, on those 2 for 12, 2 for 15, you're actually able to mix and match your own duos, aren't you? You're not being dictated to in that way. Also, I want to just let you know, this is hilarious. Quite a few of the books in the 2 for 12 are actually £12.99 each, James.
Yeah, I know.
You're really good at maths.
Special deal.
Plus, as well, how about this? Every single order gets a free copy of Modern Gingerbread. This is such a beautiful book. It's worth £12.99. Can you imagine getting 2 books for £12 and then getting a £12.99 book added on for free? Hello, hello. You're also getting, of course, the Sewing Street pin badge. I don't have one either. Your mic's muted. We're not hearing anything. Just.
That better?
I don't think so. Yeah? Is it sorted?
You hear me now?
We're sorting it. Oh, we can.
Ah.
We're all sorted. Brilliant. James, you can come again. So you will be getting your Sewing Street pin badge as well. A free book, Modern Gingerbread, with every order, regardless of, you know, the amount that you're spending within this one show. So, gosh, my goodness, let's start with something that we've never done a reduction on before. We've had this card deck on before. It's called the Essential Embroidery Stitches card deck. And we've had it on air before, but we've never done a price reduction. James, it should normally be £14.99. What are we going to do?
30% off.
Taking 30% off. Now, I'm not a maths genius, but that does make the price £10.49. Do you see how I waited until it was actually on screen? I wasn't going to embarrass myself. So, James, this is amazing. Let me just open this up. Oh, it's all sealed up. I've got no fingernails, James.
Yeah. So
Bite your way through.
This was originally a book, and the lady Betty who produced it, she sold over 100,000 copies of the book.
Wow!
So we've brought this new concept in, which are these card decks.
Yeah.
And this is the very first one that we've done, and it's only been out a little while. And like you say, we've never sold it.
No, this is 30% off. It's just a shade over £10 to get this deck.
There we go. So you get your
Only been on air twice before, and we've sold hundreds. Now, what's amazing about this is you've got your essential guide here. So you've got your context, how to use the guide, and also information on needles and threads, really sort of essential information. But then what you've got is this breakdown. This is my kind of deck of cards, James, where on every single one, you've got a stitch featured on one side, where you might use it, and also any alternative names that it's known by. And then on the back, a proper in-depth tutorial with pictures on how to create that stitch. And we have got all the classics, contemporary stitches. If you've ever wanted to add embellishments to your quilts, your clothing, cushions, think about Christmas stockings with embroidery. Love that. And I love this card format because you can literally just grab the ones you need. And actually, if you wanted to, I don't know, if you were feeling uninspired, just grab the card deck and just grab 2 or 3 cards at random.
So yeah, a little shuffle and a little pick out.
There you go. Love these. £10.49 for this card set. You're saving £30%, but you're also going to be getting a free pin badge and a book worth £12.99, Modern Gingerbread, included for free. I mean, James, this is bonkers.
It's a Christmas come early, you know?
I mean, it really, really has.
The idea really is to give people, if they want to buy something for someone, a particular book for themselves, they could add one in for a friend or a Christmas present, and then there's another present there that they could give away or keep for themselves. So cool.
It's so cool. This is sold so well at full price. This is your opportunity to get it with 30% off. It's a Christmas treat. Ooh, love that. So much inspiration. Remember, you get instructions on one side and then inspiration, uses, other names on the other side. It's a Secret Santa price. I mean, £10 for a Secret Santa. But don't forget, you're actually getting this for £10.49. You're also getting a £12.99 gingerbread book for free. So you're actually getting 2 gifts for, well, less than the price of one. Amazing, amazing.
So these come in, like I said, it was a new concept. Before they'd hit the warehouse, we'd sold out the first print of these.
Incredible, I love that. Love that when that happens. So there's absolutely no reason why we should be doing this, James, for 30% off.
Nothing more than I'm just generous.
You're a giver. You're a giving soul. We love it. Are you Christmas gifts? Are you the man to get a gift from at Christmas? Or?
Yeah, look, we do a little Secret Santa and things. Unfortunately, I can't give my work colleagues books because they're probably not.
Can you imagine if you worked for Search Press and got a book for Christmas?
You know I haven't paid for it. Don't tell the boss that.
So many. I mean, really usable stitches here. Over 50 of these in the baskets. You do need to check out your baskets. I know there's a bit of a queue on the phone lines. If you can check out via the app or the website, it's much, much quicker right now. But this is an incredible deal. You're saving 30% on the Essential Embroidery Stitches card deck. What a fabulous concept that is. £10.49 instead of £14.99. You're also getting a free book, Modern Gingerbread, worth £12.99 with every book order today. You're also getting your very, very special and exclusive limited edition Sewing Street pin badge for Christmas with all orders while stocks last.
Just watching these fly out here on the screen.
Oh, pardon me?
Watching them fly out.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They are loving, loving, loving this. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's such a fab idea. And I mean, there is a book of the originally.
There is, yeah. It's not in print anymore.
I really like the card concept though. There's something like this because if you're doing three different stitches, I mean, why carry a book when you can take 3 cards
so
with
much
you?
easier. So the idea is you can carry it around, take it with you, lend one to someone you know. It's a lot more versatile than actually having a book.
But equally, James, I would do that thing where if, I was thinking, oh, I just want some different, what shall I do? What stitches shall I use on this? And I will just grab like 1, 2, and 3. And I say, okay, I'm going to use those stitches. So on this project, I'm going to use the long and short stitch. I'm going to use bricking, love it, and zigzag stitch. Now, I haven't heard of any of those stitches before, so that's really exciting. I'm going to learn something new. My project's going to look really different. I mean, what about using these with something like crazy patchwork to add extra stitched embellishments? My Peace and Joy cushions that we had in the last hour. I kept talking about adding embroidery to them, James. This is the perfect companion.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, absolutely flying out. Keep going through for this. We're gonna let the team catch up in the call centre. Remember, your call centre calls are free, UK based. They're in the building with us. They are getting through them. They are getting through them. But if you can tap the app or use the website, even quicker. Now, I want to mention 3 books at this juncture, and it's going slightly off-piste, but you'll understand why. Right, so I've got a whole load of books that are 2 for 15. You mix and match, you decide. But I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't let you know now. Yes, 2 for 15. I've got Tilda, Christmas Ideas. That's one of the books in the 2 for 15. I've got Tilda's Winter Ideas. Again, 2 for 15. And then I've also got Tilda's Winter Delights. So this is really spoiling me and any Tilda lover, James.
We are very limited on stock of these.
Yeah.
These are some of the lesser stock we've got.
Yeah.
The idea really is, again, if you wanted to buy one for yourself,
yeah,
or if you want to be greedy and get 2 for yourself,
why not?
Or buy one, get one for your friend.
It's not greedy, it's just self-care.
Inspirational. Yeah.
It's self-care, James. That's what that is. But there's loads of other books in the 2 for 15, but I've got your backs. I just wanted to mention those because those will be gone before we get to them. Right, so we are actually going to start with 2 for £12. That's right. And James, I want to just start with 2 of the books that are in that selection because these are brand new.
Literally in the warehouse today.
Amazing.
First place that will be sold will come out of here. I mean, this is fantastic, you know. Again, we sold half the print run before it's even hit the warehouse. That's incredible.
That's incredible. But we can buy 2 of these for £12. So here, for example, I've got Mini Amigurumi Nativity. A few years ago, James, I can't imagine of ever saying those 3 words in one sentence, but here we are. Mini Amigurumi Nativity.
It has just taken off. I mean, it's by far our biggest selling area by a long way now. You'll see there's other amigurumi books come in. It took me about 6 months to learn how to pronounce that word.
Quite, same here, yes. Love the sheep, love the camel. Love that. Steph, if you're watching, I think you're ready. You've done loads of amigurumi now. Time to do a nativity. This is so cool. So this book, £6.99, brilliant price. And if you want to just buy 1 book, you can buy one book.
Yep. And you'll still get the freebie with it.
You're kidding me. So if I buy that book for £6.99, I'm going to get that book, Modern Gingerbread, which is worth £12.99 for free.
Exactly that.
Okay. Okay. Love that. Love that. So this is really cute. Let's have a very quick flick. You've got full instructions throughout. You've got Joseph and Mary. You've got the baby Jesus. Look, like a little kidney bean. You've got the donkey, of course, little donkey. Full techniques as well. Looks like me when I get up in the morning, James. Before all this goes on. The 3 wise men, the 3 kings. There's Mary, having a very good hair day. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
And what's great is this. So, I mean, obviously every book we do, the idea of it really is the instructional layout of it. That's what we're known for, is our, you know, the quality within the books, but also a very, very affordable price with it.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. £6.99 for that. I just wanted to mention this as well, 20 Christmas crochets to make. This is also brand new.
Again, brand new today.
And again, £6.99, but 2 for £12. Now, you don't have to buy those 2 together to get them for £12. It could be this or any of these. I've got a big stack here of other books, but you mix and match. But this is brand new too.
Brand new, and a very well-known author, Val. She's done quite a lot of books with us now.
Absolutely.
And, you know, she's just basically these 20 to make, and you're going to see there's some of the paperback ones later on. But the concept of these is it gives you one project at the front and instruction how to use, how to do the basics, and then it gives you another 20 projects, so another 19 projects after
Absolutely brilliant. Look at the gingerbread boy. Look at those trees. This is amazing. Oh. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Can't believe the value. £6.99 for 1 book, but 2 of these books for £12. You're also getting the free Modern Gingerbread book. There's Mother and Father Christmas. Little fairy mouse, rather gorgeous. Look, little Rudy reindeer. Baby polar bear. Ah, love it, love a bear. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Brand new. That's 2 of the choices. Let me show you some of the others. Now, let me just mention, when you come to buy these, it's actually a drop-down menu. So your 2 books for £12, if you have a look on the website, it's a drop-down menu. You'll put them in your basket. So, for example, first of all, we want Amigurumi Nativity, add to basket, yeah? And then go back in and choose your second book. Do the same thing again. And then when you come to checkout, you'll get those 2 for £12. Now, if you buy 3, you're going to get 2 for £12, and then you're going to pay full price for the other. So it's worth getting these in even numbers.
Yeah, definitely.
Including multiples. You can get multiples of the same.
Yep.
Now, don't forget, your free book, Modern Gingerbread, will be automatically added to your order. You don't have to do anything to get that. Right, should we have a little look at the other books in the 2 for £12? Yeah, I know you want to see what you've got. So 20 Sewing with Scrap. Wow.
So this has been our bestseller in this new format of the 20 to makes. The original series, we sold over 3 million copies across the range.
Wow.
So what we've done is we've updated them, new projects, new actual, complete new books. So if you've got the old 20 to makes, there'll be no content redone in these. And this was, I think this was our first one out actually, and we've sold about 15,000.
Oh, and I know Debbie very well. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
For our bags, isn't she, Debbie?
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic designer. Look at this. Wow, really varied projects, some bags, some cat bunting. Hello. It's got my name written all over it. Now look at that. Now look at that. Now, you know what? I could imagine us doing a standalone pattern with 2 different sizes for £9.99. Yep. This is £6.99 for the whole book, or 2 for £12. Absolutely.
And they're brilliant for entry level as well, you know. Yeah. So if you know someone who might be interested in starting sewing or starting crochet, they're a perfect present to buy someone for, for Christmas.
Absolutely. So remember, it's 2 for £12, so you could put these 2 together. £12 rather. These 2 to £12. Any of these. Right. Mini Amigurumi Ocean.
Yeah. So I think we'll look at these 3, shall we, all together, because it's the same series. Kind of shows it all in one go. We've got these 2 and that one.
Oh, I see.
So these is by far our best-selling series at the moment. We've done over 100,000 copies of these animals. Wow. And I think something like 30,000 of the birds, 25,000 of the oceans.
Amazing.
Just, you know, beautifully done. The way the jackets from obviously the inside, the instructions is like any other quality of the books we do. And you can get 2 of them for 12 quid.
It's absolutely incredible. Can you find Nemo?
Try. Me and John always love a laugh about this one.
Do you know what sort of size? Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the wow he likes, I think.
Oh, I bet. Let's see if I can guess why. And roughly how big are they? Oh, wow. It's like looking in a mirror.
I mean, the idea is a small, cute
yeah. Little amigurumi. That's the point of amigurumi, isn't it? Generally, they're small, cute. Love the squid.
There he is.
Brilliant. Nemo. There's Nemo, the little clownfish. Love the anglerfish, grinning just before it eats you.
Do you know a fact about an anglerfish? I'll throw it in there.
Go on.
The male eats the female after they mate.
Nice. Ouch. I'm going to stay single, thanks. Yeah, good. Of course, yes. Good. Oh, these are absolutely... You get full instructions as well. You don't need to be able to crochet. So any of these, any of the ones I'm showing you now, 2 for £12. So Mini Amigurumi Oceans is on screen right now. Okay. We've also got Mini Amigurumi Animals. Which one is your spirit animal, James, out of all of those? You were one of those animals?
Probably a sloth if it's there.
A sloth. I love that.
I'll go with a tiger or the lion.
Of course you would. Of course you would.
Because I'm a Millwall fan, so I'll stick to that.
Fair enough. Good. I don't understand the connection, but I'll just say yes. I think I would be the Frisian cow. Solid, reliable, and produces milk every day. No, that's not right at all. Anyway, there's your Mini Amigurumi Animals. And then Mini Amigurumi Birds. Remember, 2 for £12, plus a free Modern Gingerbread book. Love, love, love the cockatoo. Look, gorgeous. The seagull. You've got a toucan. Love the pigeon. Look, cute. These are ace. What about doing a mobile with these hanging off?
Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah.
I'm full of them, James.
I think actually, was it Beck?
Wow.
I think Becca Reid, I think she did something like that with.
Did she?
Yeah.
I've almost certainly seen that idea somewhere else,
Yeah.
James. It won't be my idea. There, oh, a puffin. Very cute, very cute. You have to come to North Yorkshire to see puffins. Brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, now then, I've also got Knit a Mini Ocean, Knit a Mini Safari. Again, these are 2 for £12. And you don't have to buy these two. It could be those two. It could be those two. Whatever you want to do. This one, absolutely brand new, never been out. So Mini Safari first. These are to knit. These are to knit, remember?
So the idea we've covered, what we're trying to do is cover a different variety of crafts here, so that someone who's buying the 2 for £12 might be interested in knitting, but then they might know someone who's interested in crochet.
For sure.
Or, you know, or they might want to try crochet, they're doing knitting. So there's a try to just put in as much of a difference as I can.
Absolutely brilliant to get all those different skills covered. Cute. So this is all knitting. Oh, these are really cute. I love them. And all these different animals. Rhinoceros, a knitted meerkat. Yes, please.
My favourite.
Yeah, really good. Snakes, crocodiles, a vulture, a knitted vulture. Is that? They're not to scale, of course. Just mention that. Look. Well, next time Charlie's got a cold, I'm going to send him. I'm going to make him a vulture, just to remind him to get better. Just to, you know, help him along his way to recovery. Wow, so cool. Absolutely brilliant. And then Knit a Mini Ocean. It's a bit savage, isn't it? I wouldn't want to share an apple with him. No.
This is brilliant, isn't it?
Puffer fish, yeah, excellent. Oh, you got a little mermaid in there as well. Remember, you get full instructions as well. Those are cute. Those are cute. Walrus.
I mean, as you know, a lot of effort goes into these books from the authors, being an author yourself. Like, it takes years for them to produce these books, you know, and then to get it at this price for it.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's almost like someone's life's work, you know?
Yeah. And also, how brilliant to use up your little bits of yarn that you've got. None of them take very much, and I'm always looking at the scraps of yarn that I've got thinking, what can I do with that? Well, these are perfect projects. Can you imagine making a knitted aquarium with all of them hanging from, like, invisible thread? Teresa's got in touch from Leicestershire to say, I recently bought the mini amigurumi animals and sea creatures. These little books are great. Daughter has already made the pig and the elephant. That's adorable, Teresa.
Just send it in to us and send it into Search Press, and we'll publish it for you and put it out and show your work.
It's absolutely brilliant. I love that. I love that. Look at the fang tooth.
It's quite scary, isn't it?
Do sleep well. Yeah. Children's mobile.
Yeah,
just a suggestion.
Don't put that one on.
Just a suggestion, James.
Maybe stick to the dolphins.
Now, just to let you know, there are hundreds of you going for this deal. Absolutely amazing. I know you want to see all the books available. I will speed up, I promise. Don't forget, when you check out, you also get a free book, Modern Gingerbread by Sandra Munger, and that's worth £12.99. You don't have to do anything. It may not come up on the order, but you'll get it, okay? £12.99, free. And Search Press will send that to you direct. Right, next up in our 2 for £12, we've got quick and easy Christmas crafts. This, look at the thickness of that book. This one should be £12.99.
Oops.
For one book. Did you hear what James just said, everybody?
Oops.
Oops. I mean...
I hope my boss isn't watching.
There you go. There you go. Look, this is amazing. Look at all these gorgeous projects. A baby penguin.
What's great about this as well is it covers a variety of different crafts. It's not just one particular. So if you're just starting out or you want to try something quite basic,
yeah.
You know, it's got a little bit in there for everyone.
Oh, super cute. Really liking those. The figgy pudding tag, the snowy cottage paper cut. That's beautiful. Paper craft, felt. Great projects to make with children as well as for adult makers as well. My mother-in-law would love that. She's obsessed with Scotty dogs. Oh, that's absolutely, it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, that's Diane's present sorted. She will be watching, James, so. That's amazing. That is amazing. That should be £12.99 on its own. We're doing it for £6.99 or 2 for £12. And a free book on modern gingerbread. Amazing. Next up, now I have this book in my collection. I can tell you this is absolutely brilliant. It's So Advent Calendars from Debbie Shaw. I love the fact that it includes an advent calendar for dogs with a doggy bone for each day. That is adorable. All your templates.
Yep, really good value for money, this one.
Well, the other fabulous thing about this is that Debs, as she always does, really thinks outside the box. So you think of a traditional advent calendar, and yes, they are in the book, but you've also got non-traditional style. You've got a choo-choo train, you've got the dog bones, you've got, you know, all sorts of different ways of having an advent calendar. Little bags. Love that. So many clever ideas.
It's been around for a while, this book, but it just keeps selling every year.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It
Well,
never
it's
dates.
there's such a wide variety of projects,
Yeah.
aren't there? Love that. Is Debbie your best-selling author? Yeah.
So I think last time I checked, she'd sold 790,000 units across all of her books.
Wow.
Quite by a way, she's takes some catching up.
No wonder you always take her out to lunch and not me. My goodness me, what a beautiful book. £6.99 or 2 for £12. And then last one, Pom Pom Noel. I mean, you know I'm in. Anything with Pom Pom in the title, James, I'm there. Pom Pom Noel from Alistair MacDonald. Absolutely brilliant. We know Alistair very well. Pom Pom Noel.
A bit of variety.
Love it. Love it. All sorts of gorgeous pom-pom inspired. This is lovely. Wow. Like that. Little crown.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Very entry level, this book. So again, someone who wants to just try something out. Like we have to, at work, we have to, I don't know if they made us last year, but the year before they made us make a project.
Okay.
So I was panicking. So I did something out of this.
Yeah, and you were successful.
Yeah.
Did you make the pom-pom berry brooch earrings?
No, I can't remember what I did now. I did it with my kids.
Try to erase it from your memory.
It was traumatic.
Being forced to craft. Love that. Right, all of those books are 2 for £12. Let me just show you again what you can choose from. You've got your mini amigurumi, ocean animals, birds. You've got 20 sewing with scraps, 20 Christmas crochet, Pom Pom Noel, sew advent calendars from Debbie Shaw. Quick and easy Christmas crafts should be £12.99 on its own. What about Knit a Mini Ocean? What about Knit a Mini Safari? What about the brand new mini amigurumi Nativity? Any of those 2 books for £12. Lots and lots of you coming in. That's all of the books within the 2 for £12. You can buy one for £6.99, which, James, is still phenomenal value.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You will still get the £12.99 Modern Gingerbread Cookbook for free. Amazing. It won't come up on your order, but you'll get it. Absolutely fab. And you'll also get your Sewing Street pin badge. Right, shall we do 2 for £15? Oh, wow. Now, all of these books, 2 for £15. Okay, loads of you have already gone for this deal. Lots of the Tilda gone already, I'm assuming. Shall we have a look? Do you want to start with the Tilda? Tilda Christmas Ideas. Now, these books should be... Gosh, they're really reasonable actually anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
£7.99.
Just to mention, so these are from David and Charles, who we work, another publisher we work really closely with. We sell their books into the craft market. Just anyone's, if they see it and they think, well, that's not Search Press, that's David and Charles. We work with them directly. So what I did was pick out some from them as well and put it in with our deals.
Brilliant, brilliant. So this is Tilda, who we love, of course. Dolls. This is very, very limited stock. Oh my goodness, I just love Tilda. Look at these. It's turned red because it is very, very limited stock now. Beautiful. Okay, just so you, oh wow, look. Beautiful. Very, very limited. 2 for £12. Tilda Winter Ideas next. Again, £7.99 for one book. You will still get your free gingerbread book, but 2 for 12. 2 for 15, I beg your pardon. 2 for 15. Making my own deals up here, James.
That's what I do before I come on.
Did you? This is beautiful. So rather than being very specifically Christmas, you've got lots of more wintry ideas. The winter bunny. Now, James, I'm just... So you could make the gingerbread and then add the winter...
Yeah, that could actually be that one, couldn't it?
Yeah, because you're not making this, you're making this. Huh. How interesting. There you go. That's lovely. You've got your mini angels. I mean, to make these as a christening gift or to make these for Christmas tree toppers. Oh, beautiful decoration tree. There's just some very stylish things. They're not all sewing projects. Some of them are paper craft. Beautiful purse there. And of course you can use Tilda fabric. You can use your own fabrics. What are your colours at Christmas, James?
I do like traditional green and red.
Me too. Me too. I know there was a phase a few years ago of upside down trees and black trees.
I did see a black tree, I just didn't get that.
I didn't get that.
You can't beat a traditional Christmas tree. Go in and get it. Almost, cut it down as well, taking it away with you.
Exactly. Have you got one of those American red trucks that you put the tree in the back?
No.
My friends have actually got one of those.
Really?
Yeah.
But just to take the tree? Or?
No, they use it as their runaround.
Yeah, no, I thought about it actually. I do like a pickup truck.
Yeah. Amazing value, £7.99 for the book, but 2 of them for £15, and there's a whole big selection. Now, winter ideas, Christmas ideas, 1 left. 1 left. Now, what about Winter Delights from Tilda? Again, beautiful, beautiful projects from Tonya. Spent years calling her Tone.
Tone?
Tone, because that's how it's spelt, T-O-N-E.
Yeah.
But it's Tonya.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, let's do my research. A Skating Angel. See, I mean, Tilda are well known for their dolls, and you've got dolls in each of these books. I think if you're really into your Tilda, these books are going to be jumping into your baskets. We've got some lovely hexagon patchwork there. Little decorative skates. Absolutely gorgeous. The polar bears are beautiful. Stunning. This is Winter Delights. Oh, Father Christmas. Oh, that's cute. Paper Angels. Chalet Girls. Hello, hello. Love the hair. Super cute. Absolutely brilliant. Now remember, there's a drop-down menu. That's how you shop for these. There's a drop-down menu. All of the books that are 2 for 15 are in the same drop-down menu. You just choose your book, add to basket, and then choose your next book and add to basket. So you can just keep going. Add 4, add 6. I'm going to say don't add 3 because then you pay full price for the third book. If you add a fourth one, you'll get the next two for £15. It's the best way of doing it, the best value way of doing it. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, let's look at some different genres. We've got zero waste. Here we go, zero waste gift wrap and zero waste Christmas. Tell me about the concept for these, James.
So these, I believe, actually Christine come on and did them when they were first out. It's a complete sustainable solution to it's using the materials you've already got and creating no further waste with it, basically. And the concept of it, people took to it straight away. And they flew at the start. So I thought, bring them back on again, obviously with Christmas coming up, with gift wrap. Fits completely into the Christmas theme.
Amazing, and it's in the deal, 2 books for 15. Now, you don't have to buy these 2 books to get 15. You could buy a Tilda and one of these. You could get 4 books, mix and match. Absolutely brilliant. The gift wrap's about to sell out. Absolutely full. Look, all these different ways to create zero waste gift wrap. What a fantastic idea.
And again, the templates are in the back.
All in there. It's all in there. Just to be that bit more sort of eco-conscious and just not wasting. Because the statistics, James, of how much paper is used and then thrown away on Christmas Day alone is...
It's worrying.
It is worrying. It is worrying. It's hundreds of thousands of tonnes. And that's zero waste. We've also got zero waste Christmas. Same concept, no waste, full-size templates. Let's use what we have. Let's create gorgeous projects. Lots of different styles as well. I think if you perhaps make and sell for the Christmas bazaar at your school or church group and you want some fresh ideas, these are absolutely ideal books. Ooh, cute.
You'd be wearing that next week, wouldn't you?
I was thinking you could jazz up that plain cream sweater, James. It's a bit plain. A few pom-poms on that.
They do, don't they, really?
I
bit
think
boring,
so. Yeah. Could try harder. Now, sticking with that eco theme, we've got the Eco Christmas craft book. This is still in the deal, 2 for £15. This is bonkers, James.
This has been a phenomenal book. So
$12.99.
The author of this, Maz, she works at Search Press. So
oh, wow, okay.
She filled in last minute to do it because we actually someone dropped out, one of the authors we were using.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah,
and funnily enough, you know, after any given weekend, I would have the resources to make it. It would actually take me a long time to... Actually, to be honest with you, James, I buy screw top wine.
Do you?
Yeah.
You'll be able to make that then?
No. To hang around a bar. So how did Maz come up with all these ideas then?
So she's very creative like that anyway, but she said she's got so much stuff at home, I'm going to create a book out of every single material from my household, leftovers, waste, what it might be. So every single project in it was made from leftover stuff from her house. And I mean, this book, we're up to about 25,000 copies of it. It's been our best-selling Christmas book the last 2 years.
Amazing.
So I thought I'd chuck it in now, put it in the deal.
It's absolutely beautiful. The projects are so appealing. I love that sort of, you know, kind of raffia, string, twig, cardboard, brown paper, you know, butcher's twine. I love that. Is beautiful. Now that's, I mean, that is country homes and interiors, isn't it?
And it's so simple, but it's, you know, it's such an effective way to do something.
And I love the fact that before you can start this project, James, you need to drink 12 bottles of champagne. It's actually step 1 in the instructions.
Drink 12, yeah.
It's not. It's not.
There she is.
There she is.
Hi, Maz, if you're watching.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely brilliant book. It should be $12.99. We are doing it for $7.99 as a special deal. However, you can get 2 books for $15 from that selection, plus a free book, Modern Gingerbread. Fab. Now, I've got to go to my mate Deb Shaw next because we've got Half Yard Christmas, also a book in my personal library, one I love to dip in and out of. It's absolutely crammed with Christmas projects. And Deb's concept of the half yard has just been amazing, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it started with Half Yard Heaven. I think we're up to about 9 in the series now, and she just brought out, or is about to bring out, Half Yard Autumn. So this is by far one of the best sellers in the series. Complete cover of Christmas, such a wide variety of everything.
Yeah.
And you know, Debs, the way she lays her books out is so self-explanatory.
It's brilliant.
And so easy to follow.
Yeah.
That it's a great for someone who wants to just get started in sewing, or know someone who's getting started in sewing. It's just, for all levels.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, for people that dip in and out of different crafts, again, they're wonderful because, you know, you've got little projects that don't require lots of fabric, don't require lots of stuff, or very advanced sewing skills either. Simple projects that you can make in a relatively small amount of time, but just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
And Deb just has a wonderful personal style as well.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, love that. So again, $7.99 or 2 for $15. We've got cross stitch Christmas, something for the cross stitchers. 20 beautiful designs.
How's your cross stitch?
My cross stitch is pretty good actually, James, with special lighting now.
Okay.
But yeah, I love a bit of cross stitch.
I'm hearing it's making quite a big comeback. A lot more people getting into cross stitch.
You know, our producer Hannah started this very week.
Oh, wow.
I think it's all part of that mindful sitting, doing something rather than being on your phone or tablet, isn't it?
Definitely. And I think there's an element of a lot of these books that, you know, you can do with your children, your grandchildren.
Yeah.
Because craft books, you know, once people have used them, pass them on, they last forever, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. They really are sort of heirlooms, aren't they? Isn't that beautiful? So many different designs, so adaptable. That's absolutely gorgeous. Now imagine putting that into a bag or into a cushion or a quilt even. Absolutely stunning. Now what about that in the centre of my Peace and Joy cushions? Bit of embroidery. Lovely.
A beautiful
squidgy. It is a beautiful, it's really, really appealing. Very nicely done. Is that in-house photography or is that?
It is, yes. So all of our photography, well, I say all.
Gorgeous.
Deb's husband does her photography, but
yeah.
you know, 99% of stuff we do in-house.
Yeah, beautiful. $7.99 for that again. Should be $9.99, really. 2 for $15. Right, mini knits for Christmas.
This is brilliant. One of our best-selling knits books. Sue's done a few books with us. This was a combination of a few books we did, bound up into one big one. And it's been so popular. And it just, you know, it's one of these ones that never goes away. Every year it's popular.
Absolutely. Those 3 kings keep on coming back. That turkey's still lurking. Fir tree egg cosy. Yes, please. Can you imagine Christmas morning having a dippy egg with that on it? You a lover of the dippy egg, James?
I love it.
Oh, these are cute. I'd never heard that phrase until I was away with the guys from Rowan Yarns, and one of the ladies there was obsessed with having a dippy egg for breakfast, and the hotel we were staying at just couldn't seem to do it for her. She kept on getting hard-boiled eggs.
Cooked it too long.
Yeah. Apparently, I read King Charles, and when he was still apparently has about 5 eggs boiled for breakfast at different times, so he can get the right one, the right amount of dippiness. I don't know. Read it on the internet, James, so it must be true. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. So many different projects in here. Again, using small amounts of yarn, little scraps, really. Great on that. Oh, look at that.
Give me someone that for Christmas.
Just beautiful. Do we get the sleigh?
Yeah, you make the sleigh.
Oh, look. See, now I would make that and put little bonbons or sweets or something like that.
There's a book in there, I think, somewhere out there.
I think there is actually. Ways to cover your chocolate, to hide it. A stable. Do, 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 do. Little donkey. Join in, Jen. Little donkey on the dusty
I don't know the words.
road. Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it.
TV career.
This makes me want to crochet. This makes me want to crochet. Crocheted wreaths for the home. Now, this is Anna Nikopirowicz.
Wow. You're one of the very few people who can pronounce that.
Well, I did a show with her and I asked her how to pronounce her name. It was that simple. Love her stuff. This is absolutely beautiful.
This has been a phenomenal seller, this book.
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Oh, love it. Love that.
There's people that, you know, a lot of wreath books out there are just associated with Christmas, but this covers throughout the whole entire year.
It really does, doesn't it? You've got spring, you've got summer, and also, of course, although this is for a wreath, imagine using that to create a flower corsage or a brooch or to dress up a hat or a bag. You can use these individual elements in so many ways. There you go, little brooch. Oh, love it. Gorgeous. Completely gorgeous. Wow. This is in the deal. Can you believe it? This is in the deal. £7.99 or 2 for £15. Absolutely wild value. A few more. Now, my godson is obsessed with manga and kawaii. There are 2 books here. Draw 30 kawaii. Oh, and animals too. Manga.
There we go.
Animals, flowers. So if you want to get into drawing, great gift ideas these as well. £7.99 each, 2 for £15. Remember, you can mix and match. It might be one of these, one of the Tilda, one of these, the crocheted wreaths for home as well. One for you, one for the present drawer. Do you have a present drawer?
No, that's not a bad idea though. 3 samples to give away, maybe.
There you go. Every time I go to my publishers, I come away with a carrier bag full.
But this is a little bit different because obviously a lot of people associate us with just craft books, but a huge percentage of the books we sell is art, drawing.
Yeah.
And these are brand new out this year, a new concept. So it's basically a very, very entry level into drawing, starting from a circle all the way up to, I mean, you look at it and you think there's no way I could get to that. But I've actually tried it and you can.
Amazing.
And I can't draw. So it is a very, very practical, instructional on how to draw. Again, you know, people might not know us for the art stuff, but we do cover a lot of areas, and these books have been phenomenal for us so far. A brand new format as well, and a real nice gift element to it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely fab. I mean, as I said, my godson was obsessed with drawing manga, and he wanted to do exactly this, you know, but he would tend to copy things that he found, you know, just as best he could, whereas this is actually teaching you how to draw from scratch.
That's the basic start to it, you know, a circle, and then before you know it, you've actually almost finished the drawing. It's quite, you're like, wow, I actually did that.
Yeah, really cool. So again, there's a drop-down menu. You just pick the books that you want. Each one, love the macaroons. You can just buy one if you want, but you'll pay £7.99, and you could get 2 for £15.
This kawaii is like the new manga. It's super cute.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's absolutely everywhere. I mean, I think 5 of our top 10 selling books at the moment is on kawaii.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see, what you could do, I was using Inktense pencils in the last hour. You could draw these using just a, you know, friction pen onto fabric. Then you could go over the outlines using a Pigma pen, and then you could go in with your Inktense pencils to colour them, and then they will be permanent on fabric. Incorporate them into your quilts, incorporate them into your bags. Great. You've also got flowers. I think obvious. We could get these into our quilts. We love our florals.
I think a lot of people who craft use art books to design stuff to then put onto the fabric.
Totally. Absolutely. Well, back in the day, I used to use a lot, and I'm talking like more than 30 years ago, probably more like 40 years ago, the what were they? They were a London publisher. They used to do, like, they would be medieval designs or Celtic designs.
Oh,
or,
yeah, I know.
Do you remember?
Yeah, design source books, I think they were called.
Yeah,
or something, yeah.
Amazing. And they were really for artists, but I used to use them in my quilting and applique. These are beautiful, gorgeous, draw your own animals. Again, if you think I can't draw, it starts with circles, egg shapes, little sticks, rectangles. And then you're filling, it's about getting the proportions right, isn't it, first?
Definitely. And I think that's the hardest part of it, is getting, you know, the actual proportion, like you say. But it's something, I mean, I've sat down, I've got a 5-year-old daughter, I've sat down with her, and all right, she can't get it to that detail, but you know, she's starting to get the points now. She's starting to understand it. But then I've also used it myself, so it's like you could do it with your grandchildren or your kids, or if you want to learn to draw yourself, it's the perfect way to start.
It's a really good point. And really, it's kind of all the favourite animals motifs really in there. Brilliant. Gorgeous. These are all £7.99 each or 2 for £15. You can mix and match. Now, a bit more Christmas. We've got Sewing for Christmas. 30 gorgeous projects for the festive season. Full-size templates included. Look at these. James, this is an amazing
so this was from a series of books we did called Love to Sew. If you remember, you've seen it.
I do remember Love to Sew.
Debs did one in there, and there's some really big authors in there. And what we did was put a combination of some of the best projects from across all of the books into a definitive sewing book.
Wow. There is a lot of value in this book across various different genres. Some homewares, some bags, some giftwares. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So varied. The whole book, £7.99 or 2 for £15. Amigurumi Christmas. Again, can't get enough of it.
So popular.
I can't crochet, James.
You're not?
It's the one thing that beats me. It's like my nemesis.
Give me some books today and you can start.
I could try, couldn't I? I could try.
I think the amigurumi is a good way into it, you know.
These are the things I want to make.
Yeah.
These are the things I want to make. And everybody Oh, stop it. Stop. Look at the bacon. That's hilarious.
No animals were harmed in this, though.
No, completely vegan. Can you imagine giving somebody a little basket of pigs in blankets for Christmas? What a funny... Or having those with almost like a little toothpick with a name card on a plate as a name place. You know, for Christmas dinner.
You can adapt them. That's the great thing about these little things. You can adapt them to however you want. Right? This is brilliant.
They are Brussels sprouts. Are you a yes or a no?
I love them.
Do you? Me too.
I eat them all throughout the year. I'm not one of these ones that just use them for Christmas.
Brussels sprouts are for life.
Not just for Christmas.
It's true.
Exactly what I reckon.
It's true. I love them too. And none of this, you know, stir-fried with bacon. No, just boiled. Brussels, yeah. Very, very cute. You see, that really makes me want to crochet. Absolutely beautiful.
Been a good seller for us, though.
I bet. Watercolour Companion. Now, a great source book, this. This is a little bit different. Great source book. What's in the envelope?
I'll actually show you. I bet this one hasn't got it in there, has it? Oh, yeah, it is. So it's... I would explain this, but it's slightly complicated. But it's about to use all of the actual... You know, the lighting, you can put it up against what you see and you can see what structure levels you should be doing it at. So this guy, Matthew Palmer, he's our best-selling watercolour artist. And this little companion book he put together for someone, little tips and techniques, if you like, take it away with you. So I thought I'd chuck this in because a lot of people like to get paints and things for Christmas. So this would be a perfect little thing to go alongside it.
I think that's an absolutely inspired thing to have. And actually, if you're not a painter, just to understand some of these techniques that you could include in other kinds of craft or artwork, you know, to understand mixing colours, to understand how to put together sort of the composition of a picture. Because lots of us in our patchwork, in our sewing, we want to do maybe something like a seascape or, you know, kind of woodland, applique, and this could be really helpful for that too. But if you know somebody who paints, who draws, who wants to get better, that is absolutely stunning.
This has been unbelievable.
It's a great deal.
It is, and you know, we're doing more in this little companion series, but this one has been far our most popular seller.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Those are all 2 for £15. Now, over 200 of you have got that deal in your baskets. Just check out your modern gingerbread, by the way. You won't see it necessarily on your order, but you will be getting a copy of Modern Gingerbread for free with your order. And that's worth $12.99.
And it's not just Christmas projects, I think it's worth pointing out. And there is other stuff throughout the year as well. But there's, you know, it's the kind of thing I thought I'd throw it in because It's the kind of thing you would do, again, with your grandchildren, or, you know, it's a very entry-level book, so hopefully it appeals to everyone.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I have got 4 books for £13. Yeah. Wow. And this is a set bundle. This is a set bundle. You get 20 mini crochet Christmas makes. You get 20 knitted mini Christmas makes. You get 20 knitted Christmas toys to make, and you get 20 Christmas cross stitches. So 80 projects. Would you like to see what price you're going to pay? You're welcome. Wow. £13. So we are literally paying £3.
You're working it out.
25 per book. £3.25 per book.
Which is
£3.25 for 20 cross-stitch patterns.
That's about 17p per project.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
And this series has been our best-selling series ever. These are the ones I was talking about earlier. We've sold 3 million across about 40 titles.
And look at that. I mean, that's one of the projects. We're not talking a tiny little, you know, a mini Christmas pudding or a sprig of holly. We're talking about gorgeous, detailed, beautiful projects there. Every single one of them. Love this style. Wow, can't believe it. 20 toys, 20 cross stitch, 20 mini Christmas knits, 20 mini Christmas crochets for £13. Great stocking fillers. Great maybe prizes for your quilt sewing knitting group, WI. £3.25 per book, it works out. Those could be raffle prizes, those could be special maybe awards for a competition that your group run on your Christmas get-together.
Yeah. Or you could just be greedy and get it for yourself.
Well, you could just buy them for yourself, absolutely. Don't forget, you'll get those 4. You'll also get modern gingerbread, £12.99 for free included. Amazing. So if you bought that, I mean, you can't buy that on the show, but if you bought that, these would cost you a penny, looking at it the other way round.
Yep.
Just wild. Absolutely brilliant. Once everyone's checked out, 1/3 of the stock of that has gone already. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Right, now then, I have got some books which are all 30% off.
Yeah, so I've picked out some higher price points, some stuff that I thought would be either nice gifts for Christmas or, again, you know, we've got a bit of Debbie in there, but just a little bit of everything, and I chucked Debbie's winter collection. And this, macrame, is very, very popular.
Well, I'm just having a sneaky peek so I can just see what I want. Anyway, right, look, we'll start with Couture Craft Gifts. This is very me, James. This is very me. 30% off. You should be paying £16.99, which it already is an amazing book.
It is. Yeah.
I had this conversation with my publishers recently. Books are ridiculous value, even at their full price.
Yep.
All books are incredible value, but this takes it a huge step further. 30% off, £11.89.
I think you hit a good point there. You know, with craft books, it's what we were saying earlier is that, and you know yourself, the amount of effort that goes into it, and what people are paying. Yeah, you know, it's exceptional value.
It really is. It really is.
And this is all about taking out the, you know, the expensive price of Christmas, making your own gifting that you can give to people, that you can use for yourself. Just a great concept of a book.
Really high end. Look at those. And again, if you like to dip in and out of different projects, imagine if you were, you know, getting things ready for a wedding. Can you imagine every table having a fruiting topiary tree in the centre of the table? Perhaps with a number of the table.
Good idea.
Yum. Now, they sell these in Liberty, ready-made, and they're eye-watering. They're eye-watering, the price. You can make your own. Learn how. Look at those. Can you imagine giving these as gifts?
It looks expensive, doesn't it?
They look really expensive. If you buy them from Liberty, James, they are expensive. That's amazing. Beautiful, high-end, quality, luxury couture. And so many different ways. Is that Is that sloe gin? What's that?
Plum syrup.
Oh, is it? Plum syrup. Yum. Sorry, everybody.
Bit early for that.
Oh, is that gin? Wow, gorgeous.
It's a lovely book.
It is a lovely book. Really great for gifting. Now, next up, Macrame Christmas.
So this came out last Christmas, and we didn't even have it for Christmas because it sold out.
Wow.
We really underprinted it. And again, we've had to reprint twice throughout the year. People have been buying it all the way throughout the year.
Well, because that could go in your interior any time of year. It's gorgeous. Wow, wait till you see the crash. You're only going to pay £9.09. Look at the size of that. That's amazing. Love a bit of macrame, James.
Very popular at the moment.
It's had
Seeing it everywhere,
huge renaissance. It's had a huge renaissance. And funnily enough, I've been predicting its comeback for about the last 12 years.
Oh, really?
Saying, when is macrame coming back? And then suddenly it came back with a bang.
You see it, I mean, everywhere I go now, I see it. I don't know if it's because I sold books on it, but I seem to notice it everywhere I go now.
For sure. Well, you've only got to go into a sort of, one of those trendy coffee shops or restaurants, and there's loads of kind of macrame plant hangers and kind of decor. Really diverse. I mean, back in the 70s, James, you won't remember this, you're too young, but back in the 70s, it was a macrame pot holder and that, or a belt, and that was your lot. But it's really diversified.
Am I right saying it's quite straightforward to do as well? So
macrame is really straightforward. It's a few simple knots, and it's just how it's put together is the clever stuff, and of course that's done for you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Macrame Christmas, but I would suggest any time of year. Now, next up, how about Debbie Shaw's Sewing Journal? This looks lovely.
It is. So
Tell me
this was a brand new idea we come up with, Debs. It's basically it was her personal reference, the way she lays out. I mean, to the point where you put your sizes. I mean, it's a definitive guide.
Oh, wow.
And it's what Debbie uses when she does projects.
The price, $11.19. Absolutely brilliant, and it covers all sort of different areas.
It's all about
of
your
sewing.
planning, designing. It's absolutely everything involved in it. And what we said to her is that let's produce something that people can use to work like you do.
Yes, look, you've got how to combine your colours and your patterns, your colour wheel. It's got information about sort of, your basics, how and when to use zips, all sorts of essential information.
And then you put it to how you would do it. We put this on last time I was on, actually, and it went like that. It sold out completely.
How useful is that? How to take your body measurements? Whether you're a knitter, a dressmaker, crocheter. Fab, love that. Nordic Christmas crochet. This is very beautiful.
A bit different.
And there's really, well, for me, anything Nordic Christmas, I'm there.
Yeah.
Because it's so stylish, isn't it?
Very, yeah. It looks very high end, but again, quite easy to produce.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they're lovely. Little drums. These are like those sort of really expensive shops on the high street, aren't they? That sell those gorgeous little things. But then when you look at the price tag, it's like £14 for one.
Exactly.
You think, ouch. I once went into Liberty and bought 2 Christmas baubles, James, and it was £50 for 2 baubles.
Ridiculous.
Well, the worst thing was there was a lady next to me in the queue who had got a shopping basket, and I'm talking piled high with and I thought that must be £5 worth.
She remortgage after that.
I don't know. But and probably goes back every year and buys a different colour. Oh, beautiful. So many gorgeous little individual projects here.
Do you think she could have saved herself £4,500 if she bought that
I
book?
mean, really, and more. It's £9.09. Absolutely brilliant. It's 30% off. You get all the pleasure of making them as well. They're all crochet, 11 stunning designs. Next up, a bit more Debbie Shaw. Half-yard winter collection. So not just good for Christmas, but good for right throughout the winter. And again, I always think, James, that Debbie could, what she puts in one book could actually go in 3.
Yeah, definitely. There's
She's a giver.
Always a lot of value in her books.
Amazing, yeah. Absolutely incredible. They are jam-packed with projects you'll want to make.
I mean, even if you're looking in it and you only like 4 or 5 projects you actually want to do from it, the value is still...
For £10 and 49 pence, exactly. Exactly. Absolutely amazing. Oh,
slippers.
Love them. Love them. Yeah, really stunning. And again, great if you make for things like your church bazaar, your school fete, things like that, you know, and you just want some fresh ideas. Half Yard Winter Collection.
I know.
And then last of all, I've got DIY Watercolour Christmas. If I could paint, this is how I'd want to be able to paint.
So I put this in because this is probably one of the best-selling watercolour books. Ooh. And it is, again, very entry level. So if you're interested in just taking something up, it looks way more complicated.
It looks way more.
But again, this is one of the David and Charles books, and it's so well written. Instructions in it lead you to get to it, you know, very simple ways of doing it.
I see that actually. When you look at the general instruction, it is quite simple and straightforward. And I suppose you have got, and actually this is a really beautiful book as well. Do you know what I mean? The paper, the finish, it's all rather lovely. Single figures on this, $11.19. Remember, you're buying this, you're also getting your Modern Gingerbread book, $12.99 value for free. You don't have to do anything, you'll just be sent it. Amazing. Packed by you. Yep. Is that because you had the idea and they said, well, okay, you can pack it?
Probably when my boss sees his price, he's going to make me pack them.
Now, we started with an amazing deal, which was 2 for £12. There's over 150 of you with this still currently in your basket in one form or another. You pick the 2 books that you want for £12. You can mix and match however you want to do it. You've got Christmas books there, you've got amigurumi, you've got sewing, you've got a brand new nativity book there. You've also got 20 Christmas crochet makes. These are both brand new. You've got Knit a Safari, Knit a Mini Ocean. So you pick 2 of these for £12. James, what an amazing, amazing deal you've offered us today.
No, it's a pleasure. You know, it's always nice to give back something to the customers. So hopefully there's a bit of something in there for everyone. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving us an insight into Search Press as well. Yeah, well, it's, you know, like the guys will know us from now. We come on as much as we can. Yeah. You know, we like to offer these deals and hopefully, you know, they've seen something that they can get for either themselves or someone else today. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Thanks for having me. Gift for you, a gift for someone else. No, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. All right, just keep going through on these because so many of them in baskets. I don't want anybody to miss out. And the break time is the really dangerous time because everyone checks out their basket and that's when yours might disappear. So check out your basket nice and quickly and you'll be good. Don't forget you get that free gingerbread book. Right, we're going to take a break now. When we come back, Vix will be back. I'll be over the other side where I belong, and I'm going to be showing you how to make the most gorgeous Christmas quilt called Joyful Jingle. Sounds fun. I mean, stick around, I'll show you how. See you after this.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Right, you've changed, Stuart, instead of my ear. Oh, I've had a crazy couple of hours over at Jewellery Maker. It's lovely to be back with you. And I said to Ross, because he normally runs over the hour, and I said, I can't run over the 11 o'clock hour because I've got to be back for the Joyful Jingle Quilt. And then there's Hannah and Stuart and Paul having a great time with all of the books. So slightly later than scheduled, but my gosh, this is the Christmas quilt.
It really is. We said earlier on, if there was a quilt that epitomised the sort of, you know, that afternoon Christmas movie that we all sit and watch together, there'd be a quilt on the bed. It would be this quilt.
Yes, you're so right.
You know, it's the colours of Christmas, red and green, with a lovely little sprinkling of silver and grey, which I think helps to give it a really sort of fresher, more unisex look, perhaps, if that's the right word.
Yeah.
You've also got that sort of kind of Northwoods look as well, with the plaids, with that little bit of kind of country style fabric in there as well. Now, I know this looks like it would be a planning nightmare. Let me tell you, this is a quilter's dream because this is super easy to make.
Okay.
It requires no planning on the part of which fabrics do I sew together or organising. You are not cutting out a single square, not one. Okay. It is strip piece.
Because that looks like you have pieced hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tiny little squares together. It looks daunting.
Not at all. Not at all.
Right, we'll talk about the construction and how it's broken down with Stuart, but for me, that is tradition. That is bringing it out year after year after year as the Christmas quilt. I am so pleased we do our July shows for this reason. Earlier on, we had those beautiful, beautiful felted Christmas decorations that you think, oh, maybe I'll sit and do those in November. But this is something that you might need a bit more time, and for quilt kits like this, to be able to have them ready, that you are then going to have it for year after year after year after year. And use it as well, whether it be on a bed, whether it be over the side of a sofa. It's so usable, isn't it? I really love it. It's snuggly to snuggle under for your favourite Christmas films. Okay, now it is on split pay. It is $49.99 on split pay, three-way split pay, and it has already been selling like hot. I was going to say hot buns. I was thinking of like a hot Christmas cake. Hot
Christmas cake. Beg your pardon.
Hot Christmas pud. It's selling like hot Christmas pud. Okay, let me show you within the box. It's all selected for you, but what's great about it, as you said, Stuart, it's one that it works actually best, being very scrappy, not having to worry about. You could put all of your fabrics in a bag if you want and literally pick out fabric by fabric, Stuart was saying earlier.
Yes.
So,
that's actually the strategy that I took, you know, and that Deputy Joan took as well, of course. And, you know, was just that, let's just mix and match anything, everything. Let's just pick 8 fabrics per block at random, sew them together, any order.
Am I still going to get my lovely squares, though? Because there is an order to it, isn't there?
Well, no.
Okay.
No, there isn't. Our brains join up lines that don't exist. So, for example, you see a diamond here and here, but actually these lines do not meet. But the way the brain works, you know what you think you're going to see, and so you see that. But actually, that is all at random. And if you tried to plan it and tried to cut out the pieces to make that happen, you'd get in a right old pickle. You don't need to do that.
Right.
We're going to embrace serendipity. We're going to let the quilt almost make itself.
That's very hard for quilters, though, isn't it, to do random?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But this is a good learning curve for everyone. And actually, you could translate this into the most amazing scrap quilt for any time of the year.
Yeah,
as well,
yeah, absolutely. You've got the pattern included. But what is lovely is that you know all of the fabrics do work together. I think that's sometimes what's quite daunting about the concept of scrappy is going completely rogue, whereas you know all these fabrics are going to work together, so it just works. It's a lovely big package, isn't it? You've got so much.
You get loads of fabric.
Well done, everybody who has checked out already. It's been very, 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 very busy already, but inside you're getting everything you need for the top of the quilt and your binding.
Yes.
Now, are they all fat quarters?
They are, and you get an absolute pile of them. It's unbelievable value, Vix.
I love the plaids, like you said, these lovely sort of tartan-esque fabrics.
Fabulous.
Lovely.
What I think is really clever in this kit actually are the black and white and the grey prints that have been included.
Right.
Because if I'd designed this, I wouldn't have put black and white and grey in before. I would now.
Yeah.
This has taught me the black and white and grey. Oh, they add such sparkle.
Yeah, they do. They do. Add lovely dimension to it, don't they?
Totally.
The pine cones. Look, you've got joy and peace.
You have got joy and peace.
Joy and peace. We've got
Nothing to do with me.
snowflakes. You've got beautiful trees. And look, that's even a metallic gold. Obviously, you're going to see these cut into smaller squares. But I don't think that you lose, even though you might not see the whole tree, you still are getting the sprigs. You're still getting that metallic gold. I love it. You're then getting this one, look, with a smaller text. The most wonderful time of the year, good tidings. That was me singing. Joy to the world, sleigh bells ring.
It's the most wonderful. Go on.
I don't know how long we're allowed to sing. I
about 9 seconds.
For this.
I'm allowed to sing anything I like because no one can recognise the song when I sing it, apparently.
As long as you sing it in the right notes, wrong order. It's all right. The wreaths, look at this. These are beautiful, aren't they? I'd be thinking, do you know what? For this bundle, even if you've got a different pattern in mind, there is so many. You can't get this fat quarter pack from us.
That's actually a very good point there, Vix. That really is.
Well, there's a lot of fabric, isn't there? It's a big quilt. It's 204 centimetres by 164 finished quilt. So it's a big quilt.
Is that 63 by 72 inches?
Oh, you're very good at converting.
Something like that.
Fabulous.
It's a good double-size quilt. You know, you could put it on a single, a double. You could top a king-size bed even with it. Great over the back of a sofa.
Wow, yes, absolutely. I love the greens. They're all different. So you've got, they're not repeats in there. They're all different fat quarters. And then, is this from a binding?
Yes. So that deep charcoal grey is for your binding. So you get that included as well. Basically, everything you can see, you get.
Brilliant.
And then you add your own backing fabric. And, oh, do you know, I'd be inclined, if you can find it, to use something like a minky on the back.
What's a minky?
Minky is like a kind of plush fabric that you can use to back quilts.
Snuggle.
We need to try and get some in actually because it's really lovely for wintry quilts.
Oh, that's
nice.
Especially
And then as
you are going to have it on the sofa, aren't you?
Well, exactly. You said earlier on about snuggling on the sofa to watch your favourite Christmas movie. Under this, hot chocolate, whipped cream, mini marshmallows. Are you with me?
Christmas. I'm there. I can smell the cinnamon sticks. Loads of you have already checked out. Well done. Now, a quilt of this size and for how much you're getting in there, we are amazed. We're happy at this price point. Absolutely. 3-way split plate. The quilt is just brilliant. Now it's Christmas week. Of course, when we're doing Christmas week, we always want to give that little bit extra, go that extra mile, get everybody in the festive spirit. Everybody who's already checked out, don't panic. You are going to get a saving. This is brilliant. £50 off. Amazing. Right, this is where they're all going to sell out. It's $99.99. If you do want it now, you are going to have to be quick. There were so many of you who got it at £150. You're now paying under $100.
Sorry for the evil
that
laugh,
was a
but
cackle.
that is
It's not Halloween.
I know, beg your pardon. That was a bit Nightmare Before Christmas, wasn't it? Sorry, everybody. Wait, I'll try it again.
Was that your exciting?
Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, that's more in keeping.
That's a Christmas gift.
Right, there is a lot of you who have got this now. Well done. There are less than 50. And over 40 of you have got it in your basket. Look at all the gorgeous fabrics you get. You get your full instructions, plus your demo with Stuart today. Don't forget where we'll break it all down. Deputy Joan is watching.
Yeah, hey, Deputy Joan.
Some fabulous fabrics in this kit, and Stuart is right. It's incredibly easy. I'd buy meters of any of these fabrics.
Yeah.
Oh, they're lovely. I like your emojis, by the way. What's that? Is that a little...
It's a drake, because Joan's called Joan Drake, so she always ends with a little duck.
You are getting into all those emojis. I didn't know there was a Drake emoji.
It's fab, isn't it? There is. There is a Drake emoji.
Thank you.
And also, I have to mention this because it's such a point of family pride. Joan's husband designed the flag of Saskatchewan in Canada.
What?
Yeah, I know. I know. They were teachers in Canada in the 70s, and while they were there, Saskatchewan didn't have its own flag. So they did a competition to design a flag for Saskatchewan, and Joan and Tony both put in entries, and Tony actually won. And so can you imagine designing the flag of a country or a state?
Yeah, who designed?
It's wild.
Wow.
It's wild.
What, that is a good claim to fame. That's better than my claim to fame. That's better than your claim to fame too.
Yeah, what was it?
Hannah's
Boyzone?
now, what? Oh, mine's Westlife.
Westlife.
It won Record of the Year for a number of...
Was it down to the video?
Yeah, down to my acting. I had never met these girls before until that morning, could you tell, in my lovely acting?
No, you look like best friends.
What was your claim to fame, Hannah, the poster that you designed? Don't let your dogs poo outside the school. Hannah did go into the paper with her poster.
That's amazing.
Not quite the same as that accolade.
You can't argue with the sentiment, can you? Really, let's be honest.
Look at you.
Wow.
That's the only time she's ever been in the paper.
Oh, that she's prepared to admit to.
Right. There are more of you who've got it in your basket than we have available. We've got less than 20, and there are more than 30 of you there. Right. There's loads of you there. More than 40 of you there. Baskets are wild. Right, so...
Do you want to learn how to make it?
Yes, please.
OK, it's really, really easy and so much fun. Right, I've just put these pins in and now I'm going to take them out. So what you're going to do, first of all, is you're going to grab 8 fat quarters out of the box.
Okay.
Just grab 8.
Any 8? Any colourways?
Yeah.
Do I need to stick to my colours?
Do you know, honestly, the best thing you can do is look.
To not think.
I'm closing my eyes, Vic.
Pick 8.
I'm just going to pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll have that one too. 6, 7, 8.
Now I'm looking at yours and thinking you've picked up a lot of red tartan ones there, or red plaid. Would you swap out?
No way. No way.
So
I'm already looking, thinking, I love it. Now, what I'm going to do now, again, without looking, I am going to just put them in front of me in order.
I like how you're looking at everyone directly in the eye.
I'm not looking down. I'm not looking down.
I know. You're not blinking either.
I'm not blinking. I'm not breathing. Do you know
when don't do the evil laugh when you do that.
Right, there we go. So I've put them in order.
Okay.
I've put them in order.
That's your order.
That's my order. I'm not swapping them around.
Okay.
And yes, some people might say, oh, 2 greens together.
Yes.
So, yeah. And, yeah. The thing is, if you do this, red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green, I mean, you're going to make a checkerboard. The look is not a checkerboard. There's areas which are blended. You've got to trust the process if you want that quilt.
There are some directional prints within this. Do I need to worry about that?
So, if you want to, you can absolutely, because actually your cuts are going to be in the same direction. So, for example, if you look at this block right here, you'll see that there is a print there that has words in it. The way you construct this, they're all the right way up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Joan attended to that. When she started putting the block together, the first row, she made sure the words were up the right way, so every other one went the right way.
Okay.
But I mean, if you put that block in that way, then they're not. If you're lying in bed looking down or stepping back, it'll look different.
You're snuggling up under the
point
sofa.
I'm making is I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
Even trying.
Well, just when you scanned across there, I think there's some, like the cars are the right way around, the trees are, you don't notice it, do you?
Life's too short.
No.
Life's too short, seriously. So that's my selection of 8, okay? And I'm just going to go with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Well, in this instance, for this block.
Yeah.
But then you're going to use these same fabrics for other blocks. Yeah. So once I've cut this block, these are all going back in the pile and I will pick them out again, but they will be in a different order and mixed with different fabrics. So please, if you can take something away from this show, it's that. Okay. Put them in a bag if you can't trust yourself not to look.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just pick them out at random. Mm-hmm. All right. So once you've done that, you're going to cut out strips and you're going to sew them together.
Okay.
You're going to sew them together, just strip set style, okay? 8 of them.
Right.
Quarter
Would you
inch
do
seam.
this block by block or, yeah. You always do that anyway, don't you, Stuart?
More and more, to be honest. Yeah, I do. Because I enjoy the process of going from start to finish of a block. I get more of a sense of achievement. And also it helps me avoid making the same mistake 20 times.
Well, because when you read the instructions, and it sounds quite overwhelming when you're talking about 175 strips, you're like, oh, but actually if you split them into 8, it's fine. But it says on here, I've read, that you do get a total of 175 strips. You only need 160, so you actually have an extra 15 to play around with.
Oh, for sure.
You'll have loads more fabric.
Well, you could make a couple of cushions to go with.
Brilliant.
Wouldn't that be lovely? That quilt on the bed and then a couple of scatter cushions.
Yes.
So, once you've sewn them together into a panel, you're then going to fold the panel in half and bring the top and the bottom edges together, and you're going to sew that together. So, effectively, we're making a tube.
Ooh, interesting.
I love a bit of tube quilting. One of my very first patterns that I ever wrote for a magazine was called It's Quicker by Tube, which was my little play, you know. And it was nothing like this quilt at all, but it was sewing fabrics together into tubes and then cutting the designs out. And it really was one of the very first things I ever did. And I did a little video actually for YouTube that you can still watch.
I love an old Stuart Hillard video. I tell everyone about your foundation, babe. It must be over 1 million views
because
now.
I'm so stiff and awkward. And
no, because it's a very good video. You filmed it really well on foundation paper piecing.
Thank you.
But we also love that it's
still there, yeah.
Young Stuart Hillard, very young.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
And then the. How do we find the tube video? The tubular?
I think it's just on YouTube under Quicker by Tube.
Okay.
I think it's called Quicker by Tube.
We will be looking for that right away.
Do it.
I don't see very many tube quilts like this.
No. Well, this is a particular technique, and it's a really good one, actually, if you're making a chain quilt or if you're making... Trip Around the World quilt, which is a real classic as well.
Stuart, whilst you're pressing, is there any particular way that you would press your seams?
Yeah, there is. It says in the instructions to press them every kind of alternate way.
Okay.
So 2 out, in, as you go, and then the seams nest. Right, so once you've done that, you're now going to cut your strip set down, okay? So I'm going to start by neatening off one side. And this is when having a rotating cutting mat is a very, very good idea.
Oh, that's the 18-inch?
Yes, yes. For your general quilting, it's the best size to have. And then I'm going to cut it off.
In the pink colourway as well?
So I'm now cutting off segments. And remember, of course, these are tubular.
Oh, yeah.
I'm making a little ring. How weird is this? I'm going to put these to one side for now.
All the measurements in your instructions as well.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like you said, I think this is an instruction set, or a technique that you'll use again. You're always wondering what to do with your, your fat quarter packs or...
Oh, I mean, this could so easily have been a best-selling quilt pattern on Sewing Street.
Yeah.
Just the pattern.
Yeah. Because
it's such a cool technique. It's scrap quilt friendly as well. You know, it's just a real fun one as well. And then I've got my last strip. So you can see as well, it's been worked out so that you've got, you know, a bit of overage, but don't be over the top when you do your trim up at the start. Look, I cut that little bit off to straighten it, and that bit at the end. Don't be whacking 2.5 inches off one end first, you know. You got extra, but not that much extra.
Okay.
Right, so I've now got eight little strips that are all rings that are all identical. Okay, this is where the fun starts. So now we're going to make friends with possibly the most unloved tool in our sewing kit. You don't need me to tell you what it is. It's the seam ripper. It's a seam ripper. And normally we hate getting this out.
Because you've made a mistake, it means.
Yeah, but we haven't made a mistake. We've done the right thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unpick the first row.
Oh, you need your Bridgewater for this. Have you used the stitch remover?
I have.
Do you like it?
I do.
But why do you choose a manual?
Oh, just because, to be honest with you, for undoing seams like this, this is much better.
Okay.
The Bridgewater is great if you've done machine embroidery and you need to remove that.
Right.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't dream of using one of these for that. But for this project, actually, this is better.
That's
right, so I've unpicked at that first point. Okay. Yeah. And that's strip 1. Okay. Now, for my next strip, I'm not unpicking the first seam, I'm unpicking the second seam.
This is similar to sort of Bargello.
It's exactly that technique. It is exactly that technique. It's useful for Bargello. You can use it for trip around the world or chain quilts. I'll just tell you why I'm struggling with this a little bit, because if I wear my contact lenses, I'm useless on little fine detail. I need my glasses on, really.
You know, this is, we can see it very clearly.
Oh,
Nice and speedy. There's 5 exactly left, 5. If you want it, we've got a lot of people going to be missing out on this. You can't get the instructions on their own. The only way of getting it is in the quilt kit. And just look, it is literally Christmas personified, isn't it? It's just tradition. It's Christmas. It's gorgeous. We really love it. You are going to absolutely love making this. What's nice as well is that, I mean, from what I've seen so far, this is really achievable. For anybody who's thinking,
achievable.
Oh, do you know, this is going to be my first big quilt. I'm diving in on a £100 quilt kit. I want to make sure it's right. You are going to get it right.
You absolutely are, and you're going to learn a brand new technique, which is super fun. And also as well, can I just say that if you were to unpick the wrong seam, you've only got to sew them back together again. It's not the worst thing you could ever do. Yeah. So what I've done is I unpicked the first seam, the second seam. This is the third seam unpicked. And you can see already we're starting to get that diagonal.
Yes.
And these 2 greens, well, the third one would be hit. So now it's at the bottom. So we're going to start getting another row of that. So we've done 1, 2, 3. So this is number 4. This is our 4th one to unpick. Okay. And you can do it that way, or you can just open it up like this. Just use a normal stitch length. You don't have to go too short. This is a stitch length of 2. Okay. You want your seams to be good, but you also want them to be easy enough to unpick. There we go.
Because on the Elna machines, your piecing stitch length is always very short, isn't it? It's like 1.8.
1.8.
Yeah.
Yes, because, and the reason for that is because normally with patchwork, where we're doing strip piecing, we're going to end up cutting through, as I did. And what you don't want is when you've cut through seams for them to pop open.
Right.
So if you used a stitch length of, say, 2.4, 2.5, which is the usual default,
Yeah.
if you cut through that, your seams would pop quite easily.
Oh, I see.
So
So you
shorter-
keep it still at 1.8. Don't alter it because you know you're going to be on
I went up to 2.
You went to 2?
I went to 2. So it's still shorter than maybe your dressmaking stitch length, but it's not really tiny.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I've done 1, 2, 3. Now this is how you keep count, okay? You count your strips. So you undid seam 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm on to seam 5, which is the one at the bottom of the strip set now.
While you're unpicking that, please for the very last time, because I've spent all this time, because I'm on with Stuart, literally folding it. I'm always in a right mess, and I've been very conscious that I'm on with Stuart, but I've just looked at the screen and there's 2 left, so I just want to show my display of all the fabrics you're going to get. If you want it, you get all 25 fat quarters. They're amazing. Right, that's the last time you're going to see this because they're literally about to go. It is on split pay. You do get your binding fabric as well included, but all of those gorgeous fabrics. I will slowly pack them away.
Can you see how this block's coming together now already?
Yeah.
Can you see how we're getting that diagonal with no planning on where the fabrics went? There was no conscious effort of dark light, or red, green, grey, red, green, grey. It was serendipitous.
I can't even remember what order you picked and put positions.
Well, this wasn't the one I put out in the start, but this was the
yeah.
method we used.
Yeah.
So please embrace the serendipity. So I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on my strip set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I've done this seam at the top. So now it's the next seam down. Yeah. So it's this one.
Quilt kit's officially sold out. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, very well done.
Just so you know, the multi-tool seam ripper that Stuart's using, because, yeah, a lot of us have a seam ripper that comes within your sewing box, but that's quite a nice big handle, isn't it, if you're doing multiple repeated...
Yes, it is.
And it's got different bits inside it, hasn't it? It's got
Yes,
a little magnifying glass.
Yeah, I think it's got a light.
A light, wow.
I think it's got a light. Has it got a light? It may not have
I can't remember.
I might have just made that up.
It's got a retractable tape measure on there.
Yes. I remember I didn't know any of that and I just used it as a seam ripper and thought it was rather good. And then it was pointed out to me that it had all these other things on it, but there you are. And this is literally what you do, and I'm down to my last unpick now. So I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so this is my last one, number 8.
I'm trying to fold this all really nicely in case it's the one that comes to you.
Oh, well done. I always just put it back in the box and think someone else will do that.
Oh, hopefully, yeah. Somebody will judge it for me. I've done it the best as I can.
Right. And that is your block.
So how many blocks? Are we just repeating that, or is there another block? There's a different block. No,
there's one block, Vix.
Okay.
I've just taught you how to make the quilt. Yeah? It is literally that one. So what you're going to do is you're going to sew those strips together.
Yeah.
To make your block and give it a good press. And then you're just going to make repeats of that block. And then you're going to put them all together. Now, again, this is the kind of thing where you could spend hours rearranging the blocks. I mean, you are going to rearrange them in one way because you're going to have diagonal this way, this way, this way, this way. So you're going to alternate the direction of your... So you can see when you look at the block down here that I've got this direction. So you'll have it this way and this way. And that's it. But don't spend hours and hours and hours rearranging your blocks because you'll start saying, oh, well, that one's near that one and that's near that. Well, embrace it. Embrace it. Amazing. Because nobody sits there looking in that amount of detail. No. Do you know what I mean?
It's absolutely fab, isn't it? We love it. When you're nesting, you're matching up your seams. One seam's gone one way and the other seam has gone the other way, so it's easy to do.
Yeah, the instructions tell you which way to direct your seam allowances so that when you cut the strip set and piece it back together, then they nest.
But still, I'm not looking at every point. Don't beat yourself up. If you've sewn one and one isn't going to quite make it, don't worry. In the grand scheme of things, there's small squares you're not going to see, are you?
Sue, I think from Norfolk, messaged in earlier on to say, embrace the imperfections, embrace the, you know, just accept what you make at this point in your sewing journey. Accept it, celebrate it, enjoy it.
Sorry, I've just pinched your 5 tool, your 5 and 1.
Oh, no worries.
It's on screen and Hannah's going to do... Right. So you've got retractable tape measure. You've then got in here, oh, little pair of snips. Look at these are nifty, aren't they? Look, you've got your little pair of snips. Any loose threads. You've also got a tracing wheel. You've got your magnifying glass. You've also then got, obviously, your seam ripper. And don't forget, it has also got that retractable tape measure. That is brilliant. And we're going lower. Anybody who wants it, because it is an essential to be able to have your seam ripper, go for it. It's £9.99. That is so good. Magnifying glass, tracing wheel, scissors, seam ripper, and your retractable tape measure. 5 in 1 for £9.99. That'd be a lovely gift for somebody, wouldn't it, as well?
Well, it's your under £10 Secret Santa.
That's it. And it's your, you are going to get your pin badge as well, 1 per customer. So if you just got this today, then you are going to get your pin badge as well. Absolutely brilliant. Love that. Thank you, Stuart. Go on. Sorry, what were you going to just show us?
Well, I was going to say, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew my strips together into pairs. So I'm just going to work from one side and I'm going to put the 2 strips together. Now, if you wanted to, you could pin at every intersection. However, when I sew this together, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to match up the first intersection because it's nesting beautifully. And I'm going to keep those intersections together and I'm going to sew literally up to that intersection. Then I'm going to get my next intersection lined up, nested, sew to it. Next one, and sew to it. And if you do this and you're careful to nest every single one, you really don't need to use pins for this, which does make the process easier, quicker, and still successful. Because we don't want to do easier and quicker if we're having to compromise the quality of the finished product. So I'll just sew my last little bit.
Morning, Vicki, Stuart and team. I've never done quilting, but I love how you've demonstrated that tube technique, Stuart. Great show. That's from Trudy. Is that
Trudels?
Is that Becky's mum?
It's Trudels.
Becky's mum?
Yeah.
Trudels. Hey, Trudels. I've just been with Becky on Jewellery Maker for a couple of hours. I haven't seen her for ages.
And what I'm doing there as well is just pressing the seam allowance open. Sorry, not open, to one side. It doesn't actually matter which side you press your seam allowance particularly. I suppose it does when you put your blocks together, but you'll twist and turn them. So again, it's the kind of thing you could really labour over, and then you twist the block because it looks better twisted, and then your seam allowances aren't going in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So again, I wouldn't lose too much sleep over that. So once you've sewn all of them into pairs, you're then going to sew pairs together to make a set of 4.
Right.
Okay?
Whilst you're just sewing down there, please can I just coo over Stuart's Peace and Joy cushion instructions because I missed them earlier on. If you've not yet got your amazing panel, by the way, I'm sure Stuart will have explained everything clearly, but you have got the most incredible value for money, Stuart, in it, haven't you? Remember, you get the chance to make both cushions, 2 cushions, and then not only do you have your panel, which is peace, and your panel, which is joy, you also get 2 further squares for you to be able to embellish as you want. And there are loads of different ideas that I know you've come up with, whether it be wall hangings on fronts of the cushions, on the fronts of cards even, or, you know, there's so many different ideas of what you can do with your other 2 panels to decorate or to embroider on top of. The instructions with your panel, now this is in the blue colourway, is $32.99, and I really like that this one isn't necessarily very Christmassy, but more wintry. So for example, I would have that out from October right through to February. Like, these are, in fact, you could have these all year round. They're lovely. They're not screaming Christmas notions. They're really, really beautiful fabrics. And it's massive. If you do want more traditional Christmas, maybe want to go with the quilt, we're offering a green and red as well. That one has got more of your Christmas imagery on there. It has got the holly and it's got the really beautiful detail, more Christmassy. Still get your instructions, which are in true Stuart fashion. Really, really great value for money. A lot of instructions, a lot of photographs, a lot of work goes into these cushions. A lot of time has gone into the design, and if you do want to embroider onto it or colour onto it, there's instructions of how to do that. Excuse me, please. You've also put the...
Yes, because if you're buying the instructions on their own, you'll want the sentiment panels for your cushions. But you could also use these for things like, it could just be inked on a card.
Yeah.
Your paper crafters could use them. You could use them as colouring sheets. As well, you know, lots you can do. And you get the joy and the peace in the contemporary and the Christmas versions.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right, £9.99 for your cushion instructions. And you do get, oh, look, it's 2 different designs as well.
Yep.
Love them. Now, earlier on, we talked about the table runner as well. We've got a Tilda bundle, which I know that you love Tilda fabrics, Stuart.
I do really love it.
Who doesn't? This is a massive, massive bundle. And could I actually do the technique we're doing now, the tubular?
Yeah, absolutely.
With the Tildas?
Yeah,
they don't get instructions for that, but...
If you watch the demo...
Yeah. If you've got the quilt and you've got the instruction sets, or if you watch the demo, go for it. Look, here you've got all of your amazing Tildas. These are gorgeous.
They're so pretty, aren't they?
They are amazing. Do you know, we're so lucky to have had the bundle of this today, because this normally, it comes in by the ½ metre and it sells out instantly. I remember when we only could get pre-cuts, and I think I was part of the first sort of launch that we had the ½ meters, and oh my gosh, I was sitting just in awe thinking, this is one of the most beautiful fabric, but also everybody at home loves it as much as we do.
It's so easy to sew with. The scale, the colours, the quality, it's everything that you want from fabric. So easy to use, and you just keep going back. And although this is Christmas reds and greens, can you imagine making apples out of these with cinnamon stick? What's it called?
Cinnamon sticks.
Yeah, but what is it on the apple? The not twig. The stalk. Thank you. Mental block there. The stalk. With a little bit of ribbon. You know what I mean? In a bowl. All different reds and green apple, patchwork apples. Yeah. I think there's a free
This is all year round.
Website. It really is.
This is all year round. I know that we've selected these colours for, obviously, our Christmas table runner, but grab your bundle there, whilst you're also getting 2 of these fabrics for free. You're not paying for a metre of this fabric, which is brilliant. Stuart's other instructions. Right, this was not supposed to be in this show, but because it's Christmas and we want to go that extra mile, you're getting your pin badge. We've also included, because obviously with the Tildas, this would work really well with the Tildas.
Well, I used it. I made the Christmas table runner.
Oh, I saw the table runner. So this is the quilt and the table runner.
You get the quilt and the table runner. And it's not just, you know, use the same block. It's the same block, but it's in 2 different sizes. So you get the scale for the quilt and a different scale for the runner, but you could mix and match them, actually.
Fantastic. Look, there's your table runner. It would look beautiful in this colourway. There it is, the table runner. There are your quilts, but again, look at it in the summer blues. Look at it in the autumnal colourway. Christmas reds and greens. It's absolutely beautiful. Once again, colour it in, both of the layouts for you to be able to play around with colour at home as well. Great instruction set, has been hugely popular since the launch show. Just £9.99 for your scrappy start and quilt runner. Have you done a demo on this, Stuart?
Oh, yes.
What date was that? Do you know?
Oh, no. 17th of June, I think.
Yeah. Just off the top of your head.
Yes.
Wasn't the voices in our head?
Yes, no.
There you go.
That's it.
17th of June. If you do want to watch the show back, you can see Stuart's demo. £9.99 for your instructions.
So
Thanks
here's...
for all these lovely
Oh, you're
treats.
welcome. You're welcome. And just that final thing with the quilt, the Joyful Jingle. When you've made your blocks, so here's a selection that the deputy made. So again, don't worry, you're not trying to get the red through the centre all the time.
Right.
It will come together, you will see these things. And then when you put them together, it's just getting that diagonal going this way. And the next block, that diagonal coming this way. These joining together is serendipity. It is not planned at all, okay?
Yeah.
And you shouldn't try to. And you're just going to do these in rows, making sure that the diagonal alternates, okay?
I'm with you.
Sew them in rows, next row, going in the opposite direction, and then sew the rows together.
Yeah.
You
Brilliant.
know? And then I would crack out the pins, and I would pin the intersections first of all. And then I think I wouldn't pin in between. I would do the same trick I did where I'm just matching up the intersections between those individual units. And that is your top. There's no border to add. It's just layered and quilted. Now, quick point about quilting. This is an ideal quilt for doing walking foot, straight line, and just following the diagonals. And you don't have to do every single square. You could do every other square or even every third square in one direction, and then the same going in the other direction.
Depends on your wadding as well, doesn't it? It often tells you with your wadding the gaps between.
Yeah, most
so
of them it's between 6 and 10 inches apart. So actually every third square would be plenty.
Fine.
However, if you want your quilt to really feel like a gorgeous patchwork quilt, just do it every third and then go back in and stitch in between as well when you feel like it.
Yeah.
I've gone back to quilts that I've bound and washed and added more quilting.
Really?
Yeah, back in the early days, you know, it was the minimum quilting I could get away with and call it a day. And then once I'd embraced quilting, then I went back and thought, I haven't really quilted those enough. But I mean, yeah, you can go back, you can add.
This would be a lovely one once you've washed it a few times as well. It'll look even more beautiful.
Absolutely, so soft, so snuggly.
Stuart, thank you so
Merry
so
Christmas.
much. It's
Merry
lovely
Christmas.
to see you.
You're very welcome, Vic.
Where are you? What are you doing? Where are you the next few days?
Okay,
are you here
so,
tomorrow?
yes, happy birthday, Maxine, by the way. It's one of my best friends' birthday
Maxine,
today.
happy birthday.
Yep. So I'm back tomorrow.
Lovely.
Thursday, Friday and Saturday presenting.
Fabulous.
And I just want to give you a quick heads up. On Friday, I will be launching a brand new sewing machine on Sewing Street. It's the Brother NV 1100. It is out of this world. The package is incredible. You get your walking foot, your darning foot, your 1/4-inch patchwork foot, your extension table, even, you know those hoops that you put on for making quilting easier? All included. You won't believe the price.
Okay,
Watch Friday's show.
And when Stuart says it is brand new, it is hot off the press. We thought it'd be here today for us to show you, and it's not even here yet. It's arriving on Friday morning. If you, are after a new machine, just wait until you see that machine because the price on it doesn't reflect everything that Stuart's just told us about it.
Absolutely.
Do be there. Thank you ever so much.
Pleasure.
Well done, everyone, on your amazing quilt. Merry Christmas. Don't go anywhere because Anna-Louise is here with some of the most gorgeous panels I have seen from Pollyanna Pickering. We are really, really excited about lots of the brand new panels. Anna-Louise, as it's Christmas, has also bought us some really, really special deals, including a world launch on a 2025 calendar. So stay where you are. We're back with her right after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Anna-Louise, it's lovely to be back with you.
Pleasure to be back.
And something completely different, actually, today. We've not done Christmas with yourself before, have we?
No, it's the very first time we've had a collection of Pollyanna's Christmas-themed artwork on the fabric panels. And genuinely, I think this is my favourite collection that we've done yet. Absolutely gorgeous.
They really are absolutely beautiful. And there is already so many of you who I know follow Pollyanna Pickering's artwork and the panels that have already been shopping on pre-order for these this morning. So well done if you've got ahead. But before we start into the panels, we've got a little bit of a world launch, I believe, here, Anna-Louise.
Well, yes, because we're doing Christmas in July, I thought we have to bring some calendars as well.
Yes.
So you are the very first people to see the 2025, next year's calendar. Now, this particular one is produced especially for the charitable foundation that Pollyanna established.
Right, so tell us a bit about the foundation.
Well, Pollyanna always believed that she had the best job in the world as a wildlife artist. And a lot of what she did, she wanted to be able to give something back to the animals that she painted and that she loved. So all the proceeds from the sales of this particular calendar go to our foundation. Now, we are only a relatively small organisation, but we support wildlife rescue and conservation projects in the UK, but also globally around the world, which is reflected in this calendar.
Brilliant.
So you've got a mixture of lots of the animals she painted from life while she was on safari. There are photographs of Pollyanna out in the field, little bits about some of the work our foundation does as well.
Yes.
So lots of it. Look at that.
I love this one.
Yeah, jaguar in Brazil. Stunning, isn't it? Absolutely good. We think big cats, like domestic cats, aren't keen on the water, but jaguars, they swim down the rivers in the Pantanal in Brazil, and we saw that, we witnessed it.
Oh, this is amazing. Just to be able to have this artwork, you know, up in your home as your calendar. I love it. I know a lot of people who collect the Pollyanna Pickering Foundation calendars. This is the first look at the 2025, and it isn't a pre-order option. You can buy it now. I mean, this isn't even on your website, is it?
It's not at the moment. It is completely exclusive to Sewing Street. Like I say, not even on our website. This is the only place that you can get it.
And not only do you have all of these incredible pictures, these pieces of art, you're also getting a little bit more about the foundation. You're getting lovely little pictures as well of Pollyanna and the actual animals that she's photographing. There's one, in fact, I don't know, we haven't got the overhead camera here, have we? But there's one that I love. Look at how close
I know
your mum would get to these animals.
She did.
As well.
It's remarkable, isn't it? As everything she painted, as we know, was painted from life. Every individual animal had a heartbeat. And even the wolves she sketched that close up.
I mean, this is incredible. This is in Transylvania, isn't it?
It is. We went out there because it has the largest sort of stronghold of wolves remaining in Europe. So we sketched and painted in the wild. This was actually in a sanctuary. So the wolf that she's sketching here, who's really keen to look at his portrait, had actually been rescued from the fur trade as a small cub and reared in this sanctuary. So that's how she was able to get a little bit closer. But to have that contact and to sketch from life, and that's how she really got not just the accuracy of what these amazing animals look like, but also got to know their individual characters.
Oh. And I know that Pollyanna, again, this is why she's got the name that she does have today, the fame and the just, I mean, she's so loved in the wildlife world as well, because she did get to know and really cared about the animals that she was drawing. And I mean, look, the koala, how close again. There's sketches in, sorry, I'm doing this for myself.
That's great. Yes, he's literally in the sanctuary again with the rescued koala there and her sketch folder in her hand at all times.
Brilliant. £12.99, and you are getting plenty of space as well within your calendar, but also lots about obviously the foundation. You get the images of the giraffe. You can see the details in their eyes. They come to life, don't they?
Giraffes look like they're wearing false eyelashes, I think. They have these gorgeous, long, thick eyelashes.
Now, earlier on, they were all laughing at me because we did have a sneak peek at this at 8 o'clock this morning. But I was like, oh, Hamza! He wants Strictly. I love Hamza. He's so lovely. There you are with him.
You know, he's so nice. We have a prize draw every year to raise funds for our foundation. And of course, Pollyanna being so well known in the world of conservation, she knew everyone. So I'm very lucky that I can usually find some lovely willing celebrity to draw the winning ticket for us. And Hamza did the last prize draw. And he was so lovely. And of course, wildlife cameraman and presenter, but so famous for winning Strictly.
Well, he brought, a lot of people, you know, he drew attention again to the wildlife through being on the dance show.
He did, and he's a lovely man. He really is so kind.
So not only are you getting, I mean, for every single month you'll get a different animal, a different picture, a different painting, and they are all beautiful. Brand new today. This is the first look. No one else has had chance to see this yet. And it is the official 2025 calendar. I always think it's a lovely gift for somebody, isn't it, at Christmas, to gift a nice calendar for them.
It's fabulous. If there's somebody you don't know what to buy for, because they're so difficult, everyone needs a calendar. And of course, it is the gift that lasts all year. You will enjoy it every single day.
Right, we will come back to this in a bit, but just wanted to let you know, as this is very, very popular indeed and a world exclusive. Remember, all of the profits go directly to the Pollyanna Pickering Foundation as well, which we love. Now, let's talk about Angel, the barn owl.
Yes.
We actually have the most beautiful panel, brand new today. Look at these panels. I can see straight away why you love these panels.
I know, and your design team here are so clever because, of course, I supply the lovely images of Pollyanna's artwork, and then they create these gorgeous complementary fabrics that are on the backing for your cushions, or obviously, I know people are so creative and actually use these panels for all kinds of things. Yeah. But they coordinate so well. They pick out the colours, but they're very subtle.
And then you also then get to the side here labels, a smaller option for a little cushion or a pocket. We say cushion, but then you're also getting all of this as well. And as you said, Anna-Louise, lots of people get very creative and use them for all sorts of projects. Just £14.99. Now, obviously, you have lots of, very fortunate to go through lots of paintings and lots of images, and you have selected out some of the favourites, some of the firm favourites.
Yes.
For this Christmas selection. We know people love owls and collect owls.
A lot of people collect owls.
You've got the owl panel for us. This is the only owl panel that we have of the range. It is £14.99. And yes, I know how many people love barn owls, collect owls. This is your barn owl by moonlight. Think beyond it just being a cushion panel. Like, that could be a block on a quilt. That could be a centre block on a quilt. That could be the front of a tote bag. That could be a wall hanging. You could literally frame it and embroider on top of it if you want. But there are some gorgeous complementing fabrics that the team have designed to go with it, as well as then your mini pictures as well. I mean, that one, yes, I would just frame. I think that is absolutely beautiful. And not necessarily Christmassy. You know, these are wintry feel, but still...
They are.
Going to be used all year round, I think. I love them cozying up to each other.
It's a lovely image, isn't it? And you were saying your wall hanging, the quality of the reproduction on the fabric is so good. You're quite right. You could literally wall hanging, pop them in a frame even.
Well, you wouldn't do it unless it were of this quality. I mean, you're very protective over these images.
I am. So when we first sort of came with you to Sewing Street and they sent some samples, and of course that's what I was looking for. Did it keep, you know, the integrity of the artwork? And I was just so impressed. Yeah. They are beautifully reproduced.
Oh, you can literally see each brush stroke, each feather. It's so perfectly. In the eyes, it's still giving you everything that you'd want from your, you know, your main pictures and paintings, the originals. And they're so symbolic, aren't they, actually, owls? I know lots of people collect them for different reasons.
They do. They have a lot. They sort of represent wisdom, don't they? And a lot of people collect owls. Figurines.
Yeah, I know is it in Japanese and Chinese culture, they symbolise good fortune and protection as well. So I know a lot of people who do collect their owl, like you say, figurines and pictures, and to have cushions, it's lovely. And with amazing artwork as well. It's not just an owl. I mean, this is Pollyanna Pickering artwork that is now printed onto a panel which you can sew with. £14.99. Look at the detail. There are a lot of you, again, who have got these already in your basket. Oh, hello, Julie. She says, I felt so privileged to meet Anna-Louise at her mum's exhibition. She's such a lovely lady. Look so forward to this hour and buying. That's from Julie.
Oh, that's so kind. Thank you.
So do you still do exhibitions?
I do. Well, my main focus now is running the charitable foundation that we were talking about with the calendar. And so I do still stage exhibitions of Pollyanna's artwork to raise funds for the work that we do. And Julie came along to an exhibition that we just held in Pollyanna's private gallery in Derbyshire.
Oh, wow.
Last month. And we will be opening again in November with a collection actually of British wildlife. So everyone's welcome to come along and see us. And again, bring things that you've made. We always love to see things that people have created.
See, one of my friends, she's in the art world. She works in galleries. And I always have this debate with her about, you know, being able to wear the artwork, you know, carry it round with you. She's got so many fabulous paintings, but unless you go into a house, you don't get to experience and enjoy them. And I always think it's so lovely to be able to have the opportunity to make bags, make things that you can then take with you.
Absolutely. And Pollyanna always did her artwork for people to enjoy. She wasn't sort of too precious about it. She wanted to share it with people. She wanted to be, as you say, in their homes, part of their lives. But she loved it. She loved all the work that we've done over the years, sort of on the hobby maker side with the paper crafting. And for other people to take her artwork and then add their own creativity was something she always really enjoyed to see.
Oh, I'm very excited to see what you come up with as well, because I know we have so many amazing creative people watching that would be thinking of all sorts with the owl. Now, whilst we're staying with the owls, we've got other panels to show you with other artwork, but you've also bought for us the owl calendar and also the owl canvas.
I do. Now, these little canvases, I think this is probably the most affordable way of having a little piece of Pollyanna's artwork in your home.
This isn't supposed to be $9.99, is it?
Yes, they usually retail $14.99. Just as an exclusive price for Sewing Street, and it is completely exclusive, just $9.99. And they're little box canvases. Absolutely, you see these amazing, vibrant colours. This is Angel the Barn Owl. So the image actually wraps around.
Oh, lovely.
Every side. So when this arrives, you don't need to do anything with it. It arrives fully made. You don't need to kind of, you know, put anything together. And it's ready to go. You don't need to frame it. You can literally just pop it on the wall. There's a little hanging indent on the back, and they're incredibly lightweight as well,
isn't it?
Yeah, incredibly lightweight.
Really lovely and lightweight.
So you don't need any special kind of hanging materials or fixings. And just literally pop it on the wall.
And enjoy. And like you said, that's probably going to be the most affordable way of getting Pollyanna Pickering artwork on your wall, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's still absolutely gorgeous. So is this Angel?
This is Angel, and Angel was a barn owl for many years, as a lot of people will know. We also ran a little wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sanctuary from our home in Derbyshire. We had that for about 15 years. And we originally set up to care for owls and birds of prey, but then people bring everything to you. But Angel was a barn owl that was brought to us. She'd been rescued. Some people had actually bought her in a pet shop as a tiny little owl. Imagine that. Taken her home, and then when she was fully grown, realised they really couldn't cope with an adult owl. They were keeping her in their bathroom, can you imagine? So they brought her to us. Now, the real focus of the work we did was rescue and rehabilitation. Wherever possible, we wanted things to be back in the wild. But because Angel had been reared and kept in a home from such a small age, she was so imprinted that couldn't happen. So we gave her a home for the rest of her life. And she was so tame, she would sit on the end of Pollyanna's easel or drawing board while Pollyanna sketched her.
Oh, so she was part of your family?
She was part of the family. She would fly free around the garden. Literally come down to Pollyanna's easel and sit there to be sketched.
So I bet you have quite a few images of Angel then over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. She was a favourite subject. And you can see why she's so beautiful.
Very, very.
And again, you get that individual character because Pollyanna spent that time in such close contact.
Yes. Yes. So you get that personality coming through as well. £9.99 for your canvas. Remember, these retail at $14.99 today. You're getting an exclusive Sewing Street price. I still think $14.99 is brilliant, considering it's already stretched over the canvas for you. It's ready to hang straight away. That is going to look beautiful anywhere in your home, isn't it? And the colours that are used are really striking, aren't they? I think a lot of people are going to ask you about this, and you could be so proud to say that this is one of Pollyanna Pickering's artwork pieces. Just less than £10 if you are thinking of a gift for somebody again. This is why we wanted to bring it in today's Christmas show, is because these are going to be fabulous gift ideas. First time that we've had it today. Every single angle, I mean, look, the detail in the print's amazing. If you have already checked out, don't panic, it's only 1 p.m. all day today, so if you've bought anything else this morning, it's been a really, really busy day. So hopefully your P&P's already paid for the day and you can just fill your boots. I mean, make the most of all of the different people that you're going to be able to get this for Christmas. You think of the Secret Santas, generally, you're looking at a budget of a tenner, aren't you, on Secret Santa?
I know, and isn't this an amazing gift? If you've only got £10 to spend, I think it looks a lot higher value, actually.
Absolutely. That just sounds a bit crazy, doesn't it? You know, when you go into a store and you see the section that is for Secret Santa up to £10, and you would never expect, well, you shouldn't be. It is supposed to be higher than this, a lot higher. So to get it today at just £9.99 is crazy. And we do also have the calendar, the Owl's calendar.
Let me pass that over to you.
Could we do it on the overhead by you, please? Thank you.
Turn that around. So yes, we brought a second calendar as well because we've got a little bit of an owl theme going at the start of the show. Like the foundation calendar, you have got your 12 separate pages, of course, there with Pollyanna's amazing paintings of owls. Quite a diverse range of species. And again, the calendars are fine art calendars, so the print quality is stunning. This is exactly the same print quality our publishers would do for a range of limited edition prints.
Wow.
So really, at the end of the year, you can just cut the grid off and frame these.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because they are absolutely gorgeous. Baby barn owl there.
By the way, this is, again, 2025, isn't it?
It is 2025, and we did bring some owl calendars to air last year. If you bought one of the current year's calendars, these are all, in both calendars, entirely new pieces of artwork.
Oh, great.
You won't be seeing them again. So if you're enjoying one of Pollyanna's calendars this year, again, no repetition in the paintings for next year. They're all different pieces of work.
Wow. Oh,
and again, we have a bit of a mix of styles, so you've got this more of a sort of study sketch sheet style as well, and then the sort of finished paintings.
I mean, that looks like a photograph, doesn't it?
Yeah, the detail's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. And then my favourite actually is December. You have to wait all year for my favourite, but I love I think this looks almost three-dimensional, doesn't it?
Does.
With that little feather there, the detail. And just, I'm ignoring the owl, but just the texture in this wooden framework. It's absolutely, so that's my favourite piece. Angel again in December, in the Owl's calendar.
£12. Oh yeah, you could not do an Owl's calendar without featuring Angel. Just £12.99, both fabulous calendars and super popular indeed. Right, we are halfway through the hour already. We're going to do the Nativity. You've actually been kind enough to bring the original.
It's actually the same theme, slightly different piece of artwork.
Okay.
The artwork that we have on the panel has sold already, in fact, but I did have a similar themed piece of artwork, so I brought the original piece into the studio. But yeah, I love, again, the design work on this that the team have done with this sort of background is absolutely gorgeous. So festive, stunning.
So you've got the donkey, you've got the little sheep, you've got the dog as well.
Yeah, we call them sort of nativity scenes, but it is that sort of inside the stable. Yeah, in the farm. So yeah, there's the little lambs, some chickens, bit of everything on there.
So gorgeous. Within the panel, you have this focal one with the border around, and that lovely star border, as you mentioned, is gorgeous. And then you also have your cushion back. Two pieces for your cushion back. It's going to be an envelope cushion with a really generous envelope. And then you also have, they're big panels, you also have two extra images and also your labels as well. With the extra pieces, it actually gives you a suggestion at the bottom here. It says, with the extra pieces of the panel, why not make a zipped pouch or lavender bags, or use them for a plique on a notebook cover or other little creative projects.
Oh, brilliant.
So there's a lot that you can do with that panel for £14.99. So this is where sort of the inspiration, again, that one is, as you said, is sold, but you've brought along with you. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Yes, this is one of the actual original pieces of artwork. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? A similar theme, that sort of nativity setting. Pollyanna was commissioned every year to paint sort of Christmas-themed images for, well, lots of different charities, in particular wildlife and animal-related.
Yeah.
So we have all these stunning pieces of artwork. And the wonderful thing, I know a lot of people do buy these and then make things to sell, either for personal profit or very often to raise funds for charities. If you are making to sell, these are tried and tested in a way. We already know these are best-selling images because we've had them on Christmas cards, things like that over the years.
So do you mind people making to sell with
Absolutely not. The angel policy is very generous. Like I say, Pollyanna always wanted people to be able to share her work. And I know so many people do make and sell to fundraise for, amazing causes, particularly with this artwork, animal charities. And absolutely so happy for you to do that.
Amazing. Yeah. So anybody who's got any craft fairs that have already booked leading up to Christmas, what an amazing opportunity to offer this artwork within your project for $14.99. You've got 3 projects there, really, haven't you? Because you've got your applique pieces as well. You could do little, it doesn't have to be a cushion. You've got lots of fabric, under £15, including all of those beautiful images, the stable images, love them. We've also got, I think, my favourite, which is the little Westie.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I know.
Oh my gosh, and you know that this is another very popular design. You said charities have used this in the past on the front of Christmas cards.
And this is probably the most directly Christmassy of the images that we've brought, because he's sitting under the tree with the tartan ribbons and the candles. And again, the wonderful design team have added the holly and the tartan background. Gorgeous, isn't
it? He's absolutely adorable. Your Christmas Westie, your Pollyanna Pickering Christmas Westie with the lovely tartan background, as you say. Obviously, then you're still getting your smaller imagery as well, so you're getting 2 of those if you want to make a little zipper pouch. And then you've also got the extra labels as well, which is brilliant. It's the first time on air. If you are getting these for the first time, they'd be really nice to add with. I've actually bought for this year. I don't know what they've made it out of, but it's all like cinnamon and oranges, and it smells like Christmas. You could fill it with, if you're making, as we said, lavender bags, it's suggested, with Christmas scent inside. £14.99 for your panel. It'd be a lovely Christmas stocking or sack, actually, as well, wouldn't it?
Perfect. Yes, be a great Christmas sack to hang on the fireplace, wouldn't it? It's so festive.
Absolutely. And I like that it's a rectangular shape as well. It makes it a little bit different, doesn't it, having a nice rectangular cushion, or, as you said, stocking or sack. You could literally just run a channel over the top and put a ribbon in it and have it as a little sack or stocking or tote bag, even for your Christmas shopping. That's brilliant. A welcoming wall hanging would be absolutely beautiful. And you could echo quilt around the dog and do some lovely embellishing with the beads, put some bead embroidery onto there, couldn't you? Yes, and even where the candles are, you could put some metallic threads.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Oh, yes. Go to town with your embellishments on these, because they're Christmassy after all. They're lovely. But even if you had no detail, because of the quality of the print, they are absolutely beautiful. That's your Westie cushion. Obviously, very, very popular. You buy multiple of those. You're only paying 1 postage and packaging. Definitely make the most of them. We also have multi. Now, this is the multi-birds. So within this, you're getting all 5-inch squares. Still, the quality of the prints hasn't changed, even though you're looking at smaller. So what have we got on here, Anna-Louise?
We've got the robins again. We've also got the sort of mixed garden birds here, which is such a lovely colourful image, and the owls are back on this, and then some of the lovely coordinating backing fabrics. And this is the first time we've had one of these little sort of panels with the squares on for a while. Last time we did this, they actually sold out before they went to air. Different designs. They were so popular.
Oh, well, as sewers, 5-inch squares are so useful. And I suppose you get a chance to experience so many of Pollyanna's artwork, paintings, within one panel. It's only $14.99 and you're getting so many. I think this is one's my favourite.
Yes, with the mince pie.
The little robins eating the mince pie.
Gorgeous. And again, we've got all the little different. There are 3 different robin and mince pie images.
Oh yeah, there's a little
Yes.
robin standing on the mince pie
So you
there.
kind of got, the start when he finds the new mince pie, friend comes in to help eat, and then there's a kind of an end one.
Oh, let's see
with
the end one.
The crumbs.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
Nothing happened here.
So you
Wasn't
can
me.
make a nice little kind of triptych, a little sequence with the robin and the
Brilliant.
mince pie. So festive.
And then you also do have all of your coordinating pine cones and stars and leaves and berries, trees. They are absolutely beautiful. Not all necessarily screaming Christmas. There's lots that you could use for all sorts of different projects. But yes, if you've got a pattern that calls for 5-inch squares, but because we've also not spaced them out, you could just cut out 9 squares, literally sew down the side, and it looks like you've pieced them all together. Do some really lovely quick quilting ideas. Yes, super popular again, as always. I'm pleased that we've learned from last time and stocked as many as we could.
Yes, we did have to learn that lesson because they literally, like that, they were gone, yes.
There's slightly more stock on this one, so grab them whilst you can. Also, we didn't have these designs. It's the first time we've done our sort of Christmassy, wintry panels with Anna-Louise.
Yes, first time ever, brand new to sewing, brand new to fabric.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Brand new to fabric.
Ever, yeah. The fabric panels we've done with Sewing Street, the first time Pollyanna's work has ever been used on sort of sewable fabrics. So brand new and exclusive to you.
I mean, that is amazing, isn't it, when you think of that in itself? Because, do you know when you go into gift stores or garden centres or National Trust homes or anywhere that I would imagine that you would see Pollyanna Pickering sort of on cushions and things, but no, this is the first time it's been on
Absolutely not, the first time.
So this is, if you are making to sell, that is such a huge selling point, isn't it? I mean, look at this. The mince pie cushion. I have got to get this.
3 little robins together. Look at that. Well, 3 images, 4 robins.
Oh, this is amazing. Mince pies, pine cones. And then look, you've also got your strip down the side as well of coordinating extras for a plique. Right. This one, I think you couldn't quite see the image on the website because I think it might have been a bit overlooked on pre-order. I would say this is the most popular. It's amazing. You could make these into little Christmas decorations, couldn't you? You don't have to make it into a cushion. I'd actually get my embroidery machine out.
Oh, that would be gorgeous.
Stop personalising these.
That would be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. £14.99. And look at the detail within the robins.
That's the amazing thing, that even on the fabric, it has absolutely held the detail of Pollyanna's paintings.
Perfectly. And obviously, it's probably not to scale. Some of these are large, some of them are smaller to the paintings. So to be able to get the detail still picked up so perfectly, even resizing.
Yes, remarkable. So effective. And it's such fun. Some of Pollyanna's paintings did have that little touch of humour to them. And I think this is some of the very big serious ones with, you know, the big endangered species and the wildlife and kind of formal portraits. But this, she was just having a bit of fun.
Well, you say often charities have come to her every year and say, right, can you design our Christmas cards? And
what we would most often hear from them, which is lovely in many ways but gave her problems, was the Robin card you did last year was our bestseller ever. So can we have one that's the same but different?
Same but different.
Same but different. She heard that a lot.
Oh, well, that's the same with anything.
Good.
Yeah, but very difficult. Well, that's the same with, like, you know, singers. I bet managers go to say, that was a great hit, Ed Sheeran. Can you do exactly the same as that one, but different? Yeah.
Yes. So she heard that a lot. And that was why she'd come with these gorgeous ideas, these slightly humorous things.
Yes, these are brilliant. Love the mince pie. I love mince pies. This is why I'm relating. I'm ready for a mince pie. £14.99 for your panel. All of them very, very popular. Is the one that is the most popular at the moment, Hannah? The squares, the multi.
Do you know, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
They are gorgeous. So are they all... No, we've got one more, haven't we? We've got one... Oh, is it the one, this one, the Winter Birds?
We've not seen it yet, have we? So, again, keeping our sort of festive theming, but this one features a whole range of the gorgeous British birds that we see in our own gardens. Again, we're not kind of going far afield this time. This is the little guys that Pollyanna could sketch from her own front room window. Didn't have to suffer to bring these pictures.
Oh, because some of these expeditions we'll talk about later, but my gosh, because you went on a lot of the trips with her, didn't you?
Well, yeah, once I started working with her, I went on all of them. Didn't go on the very first, you know, before I joined the business, but I did get to go to some remarkable places that I would never otherwise have travelled to, yes.
Oh, yeah, we've got to hear about this more. I think there's a couple of stories coming up with the book that we're going to be talking about in a minute. But this, like you said, a bit more close to home. This is your birds that you're likely to see in your garden. And again, the robin, talking about owls being very symbolic. Robins, oh, yeah, really are, aren't they?
They are. Obviously, we associate them so strongly with Christmas, but they have a lot of meaning for people as well, yes.
So not only do you get that lovely panel, which has already been patchwork for you, look. You've got this printed panel that has got the cornerstones already there for you to be able to stitch. Then you've also got... Then you've also got the back of the cushion in the envelope back. You've got the extra squares. It says, with the extra piece of the panel, why not make a zipped pouch, or use them for a plique, use them for lavender bags, or use them for other creative projects. There's lots of great ideas for you to be able to use those lovely extra panels that are also just, as we say, just little extras from the panel. 3 projects there, or 4 projects there, for £14.99. Brilliant price once again, and a huge exclusive panel. Nowhere else can you get Pollyanna Pickering artwork printed onto fabric like this. I mean, it's just brilliant. And now that Anna-Louise has given us the right away to say, yes, if you want to make to sell, if you make for charities, go for it. Pass on just make sure you tell everybody that this is obviously Pollyanna Pickering.
Absolutely. Well, actually, that provenance helps because her artwork's so well known. People will recognise the name, recognise some of the images. So to have that provenance as well is actually really special.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If you are selling on craft fairs, people are definitely going to recognise them. And, you know, won't have them in their homes, you know, in cushions and bags and things. Now, I've got, I believe, 2 more panels. This one is the robins. Oh, my gosh.
Look at that. How stunning is that?
Frosty branches.
Again, there's something quite graphic about that image, isn't there? It's a traditional image, but oddly with quite a modern feel.
Yeah. I really like the dark background. I think that is calling out to be embroidered on top of with metallic threads. That is stunning. And again, none of the detail lost. Because lots of these, remember, would have been on probably smaller cards. So to see this as a centre point on a large image on fabric printed onto cotton, you would expect potentially to lose some of that quality.
But actually,
no, you haven't.
It's so beautiful. You can see the outline of the feathers. You can see the sparkle in the robin's eye. That's how good the detail is.
The side graphic is there for your embroidery floss in silver. So if you do want the DMC thread to be able to then embroider on top of, go for it.
Perfect.
Lovely blue. It isn't a solid blue. It's still got this almost like linen texture for the back of your project. And then you have your extras as well. You also have your extra squares, 2 coordinating 2 different sizes, and with your 3 labels as well.
And there's this kind of extra strip, different images again. You've got your little triptych of robins with the berries. There's a sort of little sideboard or even separate panel. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's so lovely. I think that's too nice to be using on the back of a cushion. I know we've thought of everything, that lovely little sash on the back of an envelope cushion. But, yeah, by all means, use another fabric on the back of your cushion and save that for another project. I know the cushion is just suggesting it's a cushion. It doesn't come with instructions, so it isn't telling you what it has to be. It's just designed for the idea of doing an envelope back cushion. But it means, fingers crossed, everybody can get involved and make the most of those. Now, just before we do the last one, I just want to recap the 40 squares. You're getting 40 5-inch coordinating squares. And I believe you're getting a couple of each of the images as well. Just having a look here. Yes, I've got 2 of the birds, 2 of the mince pies, all 3 of the mince pies, 2 or 3 of some of these images, which is fabulous, isn't it?
Isn't it? I know.
Brilliant value for money. And the coordinates that we've put with them are lovely. I would just make these straight into placemats for on your Christmas table or a table runner.
So that would be
Your Christmas
fabulous,
dinner.
wouldn't it? Yes. Gorgeous.
There is so much that you can do with your 45-inch squares. It's a big 140 wide panel. So imagine if, you know, we brought out a charm pack that was of Pollyanna Pickering's artwork, how much it would be. Today you're getting all of those squares for £14.99. That is brilliant. You're getting the owls, the robins, the mince pies, the garden birds, and all your coordinating fabrics as well. That is sold in the hundreds already. Those of you who've got it in your basket, be aware there's now less than 50, which sounds a lot. It's not. No. Not when it's brand new in today. Nobody else has seen this yet. And obviously, we don't do Christmas every day. We're only doing it this week. So this is the Christmas show. And I suppose as sewers, we want to get ahead and do things early. Because when you come back and you do another Christmas show, we might be talking November, December. And it might be too late to be making all the gift bags and things that you want to do.
So if you're making for presents, if you're making to sell, you need to have enough time, don't you? Yes.
Yeah, and to enjoy the process. Rather than it being a rush and a stress. You can then enjoy the festivities, can't you? £14.99 for your gorgeous Winterbirds panel. There's so many of you coming in for that. Right, we've got one more panel, I believe, which is a tote bag. Now, this one is the only panel that comes with instructions. So if you do need a little bit more of a helping hand, as I know that Anna-Louise has lots of viewers that come from hobby maker or come from, you know, your art background following, who have never sewn before. If you do want that extra guidance with instructions, then this is for you, Anna-Louise.
This is the one I should try, isn't it?
Oh, it is, and it's totally doable. Absolutely, because they've even cut out, look, the box bottoms for you.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's a lovely tote bag.
Oh, brilliant.
All of your images are centralised. You don't need to worry about putting a border on. You've also got, look at all these gift tags and labels. This is made with love. You could stitch that onto gift bags, or if you're making to sell, you can put your little signature.
So this is literally from an absolute beginner, like I could tackle this, or obviously if you're more experienced, then you can add all kinds of different embellishments. Yes.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Your full tote bag for just £14.99. I'm just having a look to see whether it says about adding the handles. I think these are your strips anyway, aren't they? They're your handles included. So everything's there. I was just wondering whether you had to buy pre-made handles, but no, they're all included.
Everything you need. Wow.
Brilliant, front and back. And if you wanted to just do a plain back, maybe pick out a solid blue or a white, you've got two bags there. If you want to line it, then you can use your stash or calico, or pick out the nice blue, or pick out one of the colours in the panel. I'd be making two bags with that. £14.99, fabulous value for money again. Beautiful imagery with the robins, aren't they? Really beautiful. And all of them have got the Pollyanna Pickering signature as well.
They do, they do.
So, you've also bought us a couple of specials. The print to the side of you here is something that is very, very special. Thank you for bringing this. So tell me about these lovely polar bears. Polar bears?
Polar bears, they are polar bear cubs. Well, again, because we have our sort of festive and wintry theme on the show, I did want to bring something really special. Now, these are limited edition prints, so there were only 595 of these ever printed. That's the global edition. Obviously, there's far fewer now. And when we sadly lost Pollyanna, I had to sort of take the stock that I had and divide it out and keep things in little separate bundles so that I could release sort of special things over the years. And because everybody on Sewing Street has been so lovely and so supportive, I wanted to bring some of these because they are all individually signed by Pollyanna. They were signed at the time of publication. So at the bottom, we have her signature down here. And every one, of course, is also individually numbered. So this one is number 109 out of the edition of 595.
Okay. So, I mean, we haven't got the remaining
no,
500 of these, but thank you for bringing us a small amount to be able to pass that on to our viewers, especially for Christmas. They are going already, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's such an adorable image, isn't it, with these baby polar bears in the snow and ice. But like I say, the really special thing is individually signed with Pollyanna's very beautiful and very legible signature there. She's a gorgeous handwriting.
Am I correct in saying that this actually retails higher than this as well? It's not supposed to be £30. That is a special Christmas treat for you.
It is. They're usually $35, and again, we've just done a little special discount just for sewing.
I don't know whether you know about this, but I'm hoping that you do, because Hannah's just said that I am actually going even lower.
Yeah, you are, aren't you?
We are.
Going down to
We're going 25. Yes. 25.
I know.
I mean, this is absolutely beautiful.
And everyone, like I say, the key thing is they're signed and they're numbered, which really is their provenance, but they will also come with a little certificate of authenticity, so you'll have that little guarantee that it is a limited edition. And when we mail them to you, these do come directly from us, we will send them flat. They will be between cards, in a sort of nice mailing folder, so it's not going to come in a tube, it's not going to be all rolled up, so when you are looking to choose your mounts and frames and things, it's all flat.
Yeah, that's important, isn't it? Remember, that's all covered in our postage and packaging cost as well, which is covered for the whole day, which, if you think about it, if you've bought anything from Sewing Street, or if you've bought anything with the search press today, they will come in, obviously, separate parcels, because they're coming from different suppliers. This one will come directly from Anna-Louise and Pollyanna Pickering's company, but you're not going to pay the postage. You're going to pay our postage and packaging of just £4.95 all day long. Today, that's £25 with a £10 reduction. This will sell out today. If you're watching on any replay, it is worth finding out availability. It's not something we do very often. In fact, any show that I've done with Anna-Louise, I've never seen you bring a limited
I can't bring
print.
these too often, of course, because they're limited. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is just special for today, because it's the first time we've done Pollyanna's Christmas artwork. So I just wanted to bring something special for the show.
It's gorgeous. It really is gorgeous. £25 for your limited edition signed Pollyanna Pickering limited edition portrait. Absolutely brilliant. Now, this will be the side graphic as you're going through for this. There are less than 30 of those if you want them. Can we have a look at the book? Because you were on this expedition, weren't you?
I was. Well, this is the absolute opposite extreme.
Wow!
We were talking earlier about Pollyanna painting the birds that came to the bird table in her own garden. To paint the polar bears, we went up to the high Arctic. We travelled up to the far north of Canada, and because Pollyanna liked to paint all of her subjects in their natural habitats, we travelled up to the top of Baffin Island and we hired 2 husky dog teams, 2 Inuit guides, and we headed out across the snow and ice.
Well, I was going to say, is there roads up
no.
Is there?
Absolutely not. There's nothing.
Is there a
Starbucks
there?
There's nothing apart from snow and ice. So we travelled, this is the story of our expedition.
There's no fancy hot chocolates? Cafe? No.
No, well, we had to camp on the ice in tents and igloos. You can see there, actually, yes, there's a little cartoon which might be reflecting a little bit under the lights of me getting ready for expedition. You can see at the bottom there, this little drawing. If you think that's an exaggeration, that's me. I'm wearing 28 separate pieces of clothing.
You look great. You've never looked better. Look at you. Fabulous.
Stylish, isn't it? But that's what you need to wear to survive temperatures as low as -40.
How do you paint or
take photographs?
Take photographs.
My case, it was really difficult. We were wearing 3 separate layers of gloves. So for Pollyanna to sketch, she had to take off the big down mittens, then a pair of wool gloves, just sit with her silk lining gloves. She had to sketch in pencil. She couldn't use any kind of watercolour paints because everything's frozen. The ink in my biro froze. When I was writing the journals, the basis for this book, I had to write in pencil as well. And she could only sketch for about 5 minutes at a time because, again, frostbite is such a real risk. So this has got the story of all our amazing kind of adventures up in the high Arctic, and then at the back we have this gorgeous sort of portfolio of the paintings that resulted from this really very unique journey. And the book isn't just one long complaint. There's lots
like,
in
I'm not
there,
going
yeah,
back.
about the polar bears. Well, we did. That's the second part of the book, believe it or not.
Well, you went back.
After saying that I was never going to do that again. It's the Northern Lights even. We were so lucky. So yeah, there's photographs and sketches on every single page. So you can kind of come along on the journey with us, but without having to suffer quite as much as we did.
Oh, and we learn all about, you know, the conditions they live in.
Yes,
and
Pollyanna's sketches actually in the snow. And of course, like you say, there isn't a Starbucks on the corner. We had to eat what the Inuit eat, which is raw frozen caribou meat and raw frozen fish, and Pollyanna and I are vegetarian.
Oh my God.
And we knew before we went up that we'd have to eat meat. You can't just sit on the back of your dog sled and say, well, I'll have the salad today, thank you. So we knew we'd be eating meat. Didn't know it was going to be raw and frozen. And that's as bad as it sounds. That's not one of those things that you get back and you go, oh, actually, it's a local delicacy, it's delicious. No, it's as bad as it sounds. It's bad. But you have to eat because just to keep warm, you need to take in about 5,000 calories a day to maintain your body weight. We both lost weight. I don't recommend it as a diet.
But like you said, this is all of the stories and the tales.
Yes.
And like you say, you did a lot of the journaling, which is the basis of this.
I write the books, my photography, obviously Pollyanna's amazing sketches and artwork. And like I say, illustrated on every single page. That's our gorgeous husky dog team there. Lots of stories about our adventures in a part of the world that really not many people get to go to.
I know.
I certainly
I was going to say, I think you're lucky. I think you're really
Most
lucky
of the
going on these
expeditions
adventures.
I'm lucky. With this one, I kind of think, yeah. No, I'm so glad I did it. It was the most incredible experience. And if I'm honest, I was very proud of myself for surviving it. I'd never been camping before. The first time I stayed, well, I'd stayed in like government campsites in India with sort of fixed tents, quite basic, but this was the first time I'd done the whole pack up your tent and move it thing. And my friends before I went were saying, oh, borrow a tent, camp in your garden, get some practice. How is that going to help me?
No.
How is that going to help?
Yeah, you learn on the job, don't you?
Well, yes, I had to. So I was quite proud of myself, to be honest, just for surviving this trip. But it was the most incredible experience. And I am so glad that I did it.
It's worth it when you get these paintings and this, you know, this wealth of knowledge about the environment. It's so much different to, here's a picture on a website, now draw that, sketch that.
Exactly. No, Pollyanna had to experience it. And I think that's the reason these paintings capture it so well. She saw the polar bears in their natural habitat, but she experienced the world they live in, the snow, the ice, the cold, and it's all kind of captured in there. So.
It's flown by. We could keep chatting, but we're
Tell
about
me
to
just
run
about
into
this.
show.
Yes, I know. Which also, I think they've got the price up, haven't they? Still $29.99. No, we're doing a very special price for you today. If they're going to show that, but
are we?
We're going to show it, yeah. Because just before we end, you need to know the really good price.
Oh,
they're going to show it.
But Hannah's like confused. She thinks that it's supposed to be higher than that. What's the price, Hannah? Go on.
$22.50.
Is it?
Yes. So
go on. If Anna-Louise has said it, then maybe you're allowed to do it.
Yeah. So you can reduce the price.
She's putting it in for the last 30 seconds. We're about to lose you, but...
So even if you've already put it in your basket, it will be $22.50.
There you go.
So, so grab that now.
Thank you for that, Anna-Louise.
Thank you.
£22.50, check out of your baskets.
Yes.
Thank you ever so much.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a lovely show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We love having you here. Come back very soon. Please do. Thanks for all the goodies. Now, tomorrow, Stuart Hillard's here with Lewis and Irene Fabrics, with Jane Greenough, with Samantha Williams. So he's got another jam-packed day of guests as well for more Christmas goodies. Do make sure you join Stuart. Thank you for your company today. Dave Bradford is waiting on the other side of Hobby Maker for more crafting this afternoon. I've had a lovely morning with you. Thank you to all our guests as well today. And we will see you tomorrow, bright and early at 8 o'clock. Bye.